Among the thousands of stars, that feeling reappeared. But much weaker than last time. Lin Moyu realized that 10 mid-level skill scrolls were not enough. As more and more skills are awakened, the consumption of skill scrolls will also increase. From level 10, only 1 or 2 primary scrolls are needed to awaken and master new skills. Until just now, it took a total of 65 intermediate skill scrolls to awaken and master new skills. The effect of mid-level skill scrolls is more than 10 times stronger than that of low-level skill scrolls. 65 mid-level scrolls, no matter in terms of effect or value, will not be lower than 650 level primary scrolls. Of course, Lin Moyu also knows that this comparison cannot be done, so he can only make a general comparison. This time, the requirements are obviously higher. That feeling only appeared for a moment, and as the effect of the skill scroll disappeared, the feeling also weakened. Lin Moyu immediately reactivated 15 scrolls to keep this feeling. But 15 scrolls are far from enough. That feeling only strengthened a bit, and digested again. Without even thinking about it, Lin Moyu directly activated 30 intermediate scrolls, doubling the number. This time, the feeling was much clearer. According to Mang Anwen's words, Lin Moyu grasped the feeling and searched for the root. 02 This is a process of tracing the source, which is easy to say but very difficult to do. That feeling is too illusory and mysterious. Roughly, it seems that there are roots. But after careful induction, it seems to come from every corner of the body. Lin Moyu didn't give up, trying to sense. In order to maintain this feeling, he constantly activates the skill scroll, 30 sheets each time, batch after batch. The skill scroll is constantly burning, and the mysterious power in the scroll is continuously entering the body. Lin Moyu's feeling became clearer. Gradually, there is finally a little context. It seems to see something. Immediately afterwards, a huge force emerged, flowing with all its strength, and quickly integrated into the spiritual world and entered the soul. Tens of thousands of starlight exploded from the skill scroll, soared into the sky, turning into a beam of light and shooting straight into the sky, scattering the clouds and mist. Both Mang Anwen and Bai Yuan knew that Lin Moyu had mastered a new skill. And this new skill should be unusual, the previous skill didn't have this phenomenon. Lin Moyu saw a picture. It was still the necromancer in the robe. It is still the pitch-black earth, the overwhelming army of undead. The great war seemed to go on forever. The necromancer pointed a finger, and a summoner, shrouded in flames, appeared beside him. The moment the summoned object appeared, it was so bright that Lin Moyu couldn't see its appearance clearly. The moment it appeared, the enemies on the battlefield were simultaneously burned with raging flames, and were burned to ashes in the flames. Everyone was screaming, even the giant dragon was no exception, screaming and falling from the sky. In the next second, the screen shattered. Skill acquired, Summon Elemental Lich. Summon Elemental Lich, Level 1. Use props of different elements to summon the corresponding Elemental Lich. The higher the level of the props, the stronger the attributes of the Lich. Only one Lich of the same type can exist at the same time. The higher the skill level, the more Liches that can exist at the same time. With the appearance of this skill, Lin Moyu found that there was another Lich space in his attributes. Currently, the display of the Lich space is 0/1, a level 1 skill, and only one Lich is allowed. This is a new and unfamiliar skill. However, it can be seen from the screen just seen that this skill is very strong, very strong. Opening his eyes, he saw Bai Yuan's expectant eyes again. How about Xiaoyu? Not only the eyes are full of expectation, but also the tone. Lin Moyu shook his head. I still haven't caught it, I'll try again. With that said, Lin Moyu activated a batch of skill scrolls again. I used 65 sheets for the first time, 175 sheets for the first time, and 240 sheets before and after. Almost a quarter of the stock he had prepared was used up. This time, Lin Moyu directly activated 50 cards. Under the shroud of thousands of stars, that feeling reappeared. Maybe it's because the skill scrolls are used a lot, so it's very clear. There were two experiences, before and after. This time the feeling just appeared. Lin Moyu immediately grasped it and began to look for the root. The miraculous feeling is still the same as before, and it quickly permeates the whole body as soon as it appears. Lin Moyu already understood that, to put it bluntly, this feeling is skill. The skill was originally hidden somewhere in the deepest place, and it waited until the level was sufficient, and then was activated and awakened due to various reasons. Now what he is looking for is the root of the skill. After 2 experiences, I have fully understood what I want to do. But it is easier to know than to do, and it is very difficult to do it. In order not to let this feeling disappear, so that the skills can be activated smoothly. Lin Moyu didn't feel bad for batches of intermediate skill scrolls. Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan saw it with surprise. Bai Yuan said, although, the stronger the profession and the stronger the skill, the more difficult it is to awaken and master it. But Xiaoyu's consumption of skill scrolls is too high. Meng Anwen hummed, it's indeed a bit high. Even a mid-level legendary professional will only use up to 300 skill scrolls at level 50. Bai Yuan said, Earth Knight may use more, but it will not exceed 500. But Xiaoyu. Lin Moyu has used more than 500 sheets so far. 2 skills have been awakened, and the 3rd skill awakening has become extremely difficult. The skill scrolls were continuously activated and exploded, batch after batch. In the blink of an eye, the entire 1000 skill scrolls will be bottomed out. Lin Moyu has also reached the most critical moment at this moment. The feeling of awakening the skills is already very strong, and it is just a step away. Because this time lasted for a long time, Lin Moyu finally found a way. He saw a dark world in which a point was shining brightly. Now all his feelings about the awakening of his skills come from this light spot. Just when he saw the dot of light, it exploded with a bang. The strange feeling spreads throughout the body, rushes into the spiritual world, and merges into the soul. When the skill was awakened, Lin Moyu saw some unusual pictures at the moment when the light spot exploded. It should not be said to be seen, but to be sensed. Near the light point, there are some strange points that are sleeping and waiting to wake up. These points are endless due to the small shape, faintly exuding a different aura. Lin Moyu understood that each point represents the skill. Here lies the root of skill. But if you understand it, you understand it. He doesn't know what's the use of knowing it. It took so much effort, just to look at it for a moment. At this time, the skills are completely awakened, imprinted into the soul. Acquired skill, Skeleton Prison. Skeleton Prison, level 1870, bind one target or multiple enemies, resulting in a paralyzing effect. Enemies who are restrained cannot act to counterattack, and the damage they receive is reduced by 50%. The restraint lasts for 1 second, it will change according to the enemy's level attribute and the number of bound enemies. Control skills. It is a control skill of the skeleton system. Lin Moyu was overjoyed when he saw the skills, and he finally had control skills. Even if the control time is only 1 second, but he has a talent bonus. 1 second is 60 seconds. And as the skill level increases, this time will inevitably be extended. Lin Moyu found that his career became more and more perfect. Even if there is no talent bonus, the attack power will be much weaker, but the perfection will not change. Even if there is no talent bonus, the combat power of the undead army will be greatly weakened, but the number will not change. Among the same level, it is still an invincible existence. Professional skills are a combination of summoning, attacking, cursing, controlling, and immunity. Just ask what career can compare. The undead army has self-support, but also needs to rely on other support. Simply the perfect career. When Lin Moyu opened his eyes again, he saw Bai Yuan staring at him again. Bai Yuan said softly, Xiaoyu, it doesn't matter even if you can't find it. Your level is still low, and there are still plenty of opportunities. Meng Anwen nodded and said, it's fine if you can find it when it's over level 80, don't worry. Lin Moyu knew that the two were comforting himself, but he. Lin Moyu said, "Teacher, I seem to have found it." Ah. Just as Bai Yuan wanted to continue comforting him, he suddenly heard Lin Moyu's words, and the comforting words suddenly turned into a strange cry. There was shock in Bai Yuan's voice. "You really found it?" "I'm not sure." Lin Moyu thinks about it now, and the pictures he sees seem a little unreal. He even wondered if it was an illusion. Meng Anwen asked, "Tell me, what did you see?" Lin Moyu recalled carefully. "In a pitch-black space, I saw a light spot, and when the light spot exploded, I saw some other spots. It feels like every point represents a skill, and they are still sleeping. I can't tell you exactly." Meng Anwen knew that Lin Moyu was found in 9 out of 10 cases. This feeling is right. He also had this kind of illusory feeling back then. And when he found the source of his skills, he had already surpassed level 80. Lin Moyu is only level 50 now, and there is still a lot of time, because of the opportunity. Meng Anwen said, "It should be right. What do you think that space looks like?" "Like what?" Lin Moyu tried hard to recall how he felt at the time. After thinking for a long time, he said with some uncertainty, "It seems to be a starry sky, and every point is like a silent and extinguished star." Both Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan showed surprise on their faces. Lin Moyu asked, "Teacher, is there something wrong?" Meng Anwen shook his head. "There's nothing wrong, everyone sees it differently. You don't have to worry about it. What you have to do is to keep this feeling firmly in mind. When you are at level 60, 70, or 80, every time you awaken a skill, it is an opportunity. You have to experience this feeling repeatedly. Go to the space that only belongs to you to take a good look and understand it. At this point, no one can help you. You can only understand it by yourself." Lin Moyu asked, "Teacher, is there any point in doing this?" Bai Yuan wanted to say something, but Meng Anwen stopped him with his eyes. Meng Anwen said, "There is only so much I can tell you. The more you know, the more harm it will do to you. You have to know that everyone is different, even in the same profession. The experience of others is useless to you. You can only rely on yourself." Meng Anwen repeated again, "You can only rely on yourself." Lin Moyu memorized it firmly. He knew that it wasn't that Meng Anwen refused to tell him, but that he really couldn't tell him. Maybe talking too much is really harmful to yourself. I seem to have stepped into an indescribable and magical realm. Unlike others, if you use the skill scroll, you will be awakened if you wake up, and you will not be awakened if you are not awakened. I don't know anything. And I began to pursue the root of the skills, and the two were already at different levels. Lin Moyu didn't ask any more questions, I remember. Bai Yuan leaned over and asked, "How about it? What skills have you awakened?" Lin Moyu said, 3 skills have been awakened: Lightning Undead Wings, Summoning Element Lich, and Bone Prison. Flying, summoning, and controlling, respectively. He explained the effects of the 3 skills. Bai Yuan clicked his tongue twice. "My dear, your profession is becoming more and more comprehensive. Lin Moyu's career is indeed developing in a comprehensive direction. The core summoning skills are increasing, and at the same time, flying and control skills are also added. Although it is said that after level 70, everyone can master the ability to fly. But it's different with or without flying skills. The occupations of people with flying skills are far superior to those without flying skills in terms of speed and flexibility." Meng Anwen said, "Try with a flashing scroll and see if there is anything missing." Level 50 Awakening mastered 3 new skills, no more, no less, which belonged to the normal level. Just in case though, check it out anyway. Now there are less than a few dozen of the 1000 mid-level skill scrolls brought by Lin Moyu, which are not enough to continue to use. Just try it with a flash scroll. Fortunately, Dongfang Yi just sent 10, plus the 4 that Lin Moyu already had. There are 14 flashing scrolls, and it won't hurt to waste one. Lin Moyu didn't want to miss anything, and immediately used up a flash scroll. The flashing scroll blasts out a sky full of stars, colorful and beautiful. much more beautiful than ordinary skill scrolls. Lin Moyu clearly felt that a large amount of mysterious power poured into the body from the flashing scroll, as if it wanted to seduce some existence in the body. Its effect is more than 100 times stronger than ordinary skill scrolls. Lin Moyu immediately understood why the flash skill scroll can awaken 100% skills. Mainly because the mysterious power contained in it is too strong. At this moment, Lin Moyu has a feeling of knowing what it is, and knowing why it is. If he still has skills that have not been mastered, he will definitely be hooked and have a different feeling. But this time it felt like nothing. Lin Moyu is sure that all his skills at level 50 have been awakened, and there are no omissions. Meng Anwen said, "As long as there are no omissions, are you planning to go to the ancient battlefield?" Lin Moyu said, "I plan to cultivate my skills first, and then go to the ancient battlefield." Among the 3 new skills, except for Lightning Undead Wing, which is more troublesome to practice, it takes a lot of time to fill in. The other 2 skills, Lin Moyu is sure to practice them to perfection in a short time. "Okay, I'll help you find a teleportation point in the next few days." The most convenient way to go to the ancient battlefield is to ask Meng Anwen to send it there with the god Shada. Otherwise, a large number of transfers will be carried out, which is troublesome. "Thank you, teacher, then I will go to practice skills first." After leaving Baishan courtyard, Lin Moyu didn't want to waste any time, and came directly to the exchange. To practice summoning an elemental lich, you need to consume materials with various elemental attributes. The materials don't need to be good when practicing. It is only after it is finalized that a high-grade material is needed to summon the elemental lich. Once the elemental lich is summoned, as long as it is not dead, it will always exist. Unless Lin Moyu summons a new lich of the same element, or cancels the summoning on his own initiative. Liches of different elements can coexist, and only one lich of the same element can exist at a time. Lin Moyu began to sweep the material with attributes in the exchange. Because it was just for training skills, what Lin Moyu mopped up were those low-end materials of more than a dozen levels. As long as the price is cheap enough, owning the property will do. Now he still has 2 billion gold coins, more than enough to buy these low-end materials. A flame flower with fire attributes can be bought for only 100 gold coins. The water attribute Azure Ice is less than 200 gold coins. Low-end materials are not expensive. Just in case, Lin Moyu tried it out immediately after buying a flame flower. Make sure you can use it to summon the fire elemental lich, so you can buy it with confidence. The low-end attribute materials in the exchange were almost wiped out by Lin Moyu. Nearly 300 million was spent, and 100,000 of each type were bought. The calculation should be almost enough, and Lin Moyu came to the dungeon hall, contentedly. Still choose the copy of Beast God Plateau. The environment here is relatively open, and the temperature is pleasant, the air is clear, and it is more comfortable to practice skills. The most critical point, Lin Moyu is lazy, too lazy to pick unknown copies. Since I had just reached level 50 and could still come in, I chose this place. Skill, Lightning Undead Wings. With a soft zigzag sound, a pair of wings suddenly appeared behind Lin Moyu. The wings span more than 3 meters in length, and are made of intertwined bones, and the whole body is white and flawless. The electric light danced on the bones, making a crackling sound. In the next second, Lin Moyu turned into a flash of lightning, straight into the sky. Flying at an extremely fast speed, a long streak of lightning was drawn in the air. Lin Moyu calculated the speed, about 500 meters per second, much slower than the previous lightning wing, but now the skill is only level 1, as long as the skill, De Zhao's, level is up, the speed will be faster. Lin Moyu descended from the sky and put away his skills. Although the flight time can be seamlessly connected, it can fly for a long time. But if you want to increase the speed further, you need to upgrade the skill level. The speed of skill cultivation is very slow, every 10 minutes can only be filled with time. Then Lin Moyu took out a pile of materials and put them in front of him. Start practicing the skill of summoning the elemental lich. With the activation of the skill, a white flame appeared in the heart. A lich the size of a fist jumped out of the flames and flew in front of Lin Moyu. Liches can fly, which is unexpected. The petite lich doesn't look scary, but rather cute. Fly slowly around Lin Moyu. At the first level, I can't see any attributes, and Lin Moyu didn't plan to look at it, so I'll talk about the level first. The next second, another flame lich jumped out, and the previous one turned into a ball of flame and disappeared without a trace. Only one lich of the same element can exist at the same time. This is the limitation of skills, and Lin Moyu can't change it. He kept summoning the lich, and at the same time he was practicing the lightning undead wing, which can only be used once every 10 minutes. The elemental lich is constantly being summoned and replaced. The large amount of materials prepared by Lin Moyu is rapidly decreasing. As the level increases, the aura of the elemental lich becomes stronger and stronger. The appearance has not changed at all, it is still only the size of a fist, cute and cute. Lin Moyu was a bit dumbfounded. He was a dignified undead monarch and an undead summoner. Whether it's a skeleton or a lich general, the appearance is scary. How could such a little guy come out? Although it still has the appearance of a lich, it looks like a leaky ball wrapped in bones. But it's too small, and it's covered in flames, so it's really cute. When I awakened the skills before, what I saw was different. Lin Moyu rested his chin, looking at the flaming lich that kept spinning in front of him. The difference is too big. It is impossible to imagine that the flame lich seen when the skill is awakened, and the flame lich in front of him will be the same. Will it be related to the skill level and the materials used? After thinking about it, I think it is very possible. The materials used for summoning are different, which will affect the combat power of the elemental lich. Will it also affect the shape? Lin Moyu decided to put this aside and improve the skill level first. Use again and again, call again and again. When the fire element material was about to run out, the skill was finally upgraded to level 10. With a soft buzzing sound, the elemental lich summoned after level 10 has changed. A halo appeared at the bottom of its feet. Lin Moyu was slightly taken aback. The aura looked familiar. Except that the color is a bit whitish. 523 is similar to the holy fire halo of the Holy Light Knight. With curiosity, I checked the attributes of the halo. Witchfire halo. Add Witchfire halo to all undead legion members, causing fire damage to all enemies within 100 meters. The damage depends on the skill level and lich attribute. Lin Moyu glanced at it. This halo is applied to every member of the undead army. The largest range is also centered on the place where the undead army stands. That range is too big. The flame lich does not need to move. The halo can cover the entire battlefield. Isn't this a Holy Light Knight? Lin Moyu was even more dumbfounded. He didn't expect his skills to have the halo effect of the Holy Light Knight. Speak up and believe. Looking at the flame lich, the pair of small eyes of the flame lich also looked at Lin Moyu. The obviously empty eyes made Lin Moyu feel a little strange. The atmosphere became a little weird. Lin Moyu couldn't help but muttered to himself, elemental liches who don't know other attributes also have auras. Take out a little elemental material with wind properties. When the skill is cast, the elemental material disappears immediately, and then a breeze blows. A wind element lich surrounded by wind elements appeared in front of him. The storm lich, the same size as the flame lich, is cute. There is also a halo under the feet, a cyan halo. Sorcerer Scenery Ring. Adding the Sorcerer Scenery Ring to all members of the Undead Legion will greatly increase the speed of the Undead Legion. The effect depends on the skill level and the attributes of the girl. A second halo appeared under the feet of the skeleton and lich general at the same time. Witchfire aura and Witchfire aura do not conflict with each other. Lin Moyu understood it, and he really had a halo. Leaving aside the combat power of the elemental lich itself, these auras alone are enough to make them a powerful booster for him. After knowing the powerful effect of the elemental lich, Lin Moyu stepped up to use his skills and practice continuously. Skill levels are increasing rapidly. Compared with the skill of summoning the elemental lich, the skill improvement of the lightning undead wing can be said to be as slow as a snail. It takes 15 minutes to use it once, and it takes a lot of time to upgrade. Lin Moyu does not need to consider the consumption of mental power, and the cultivation of elemental lich is very fast. Level up every hour at first. It doesn't slow down until after level 20. Then after reaching level 40, it slowed down a bit. That being the case, after 5 days, Lin Moyu continued to practice the skill of summoning the elemental to level 50 without sleep, and entered a perfect state. Then it's easy, as his level increases, his skills will also be upgraded together. Lin Moyu let out a long breath of relief. After 5 days of hard work, the summoned elemental lich has reached level 50. Lightning undead wings have also been upgraded to level 2. Flight time increased by 10 seconds, doubled. The cooling time has been reduced by 1 minute, and it can be used every 9 minutes. The speed of the level 2 lightning undead wings has been increased, from 500 meters per second to 600 meters per second. Moreover, the reduction in cooling time further accelerated its cultivation speed. Lin Moyu believes that as long as he works hard to advance to a few levels, he will practice faster and faster. The problem facing Lin Moyu now is what material to choose to summon the elemental lich. The quality of the material determines the strength of the element lich. It's boring to use too bad. Even Lin Moyu couldn't produce that kind of legendary material. After thinking about it for a long time, Lin Moyu silently took out the elemental crystal. 1 flame crystal, 1 earth crystal, 1 bright crystal, 1 clear water crystal, 1 whirlwind crystal, and 1 lightning crystal. Crystallization is an item after level 40, its own level is equivalent to platinum level weapons. Apart from the divine stone, this is already the best non-vegetable item that Lin Moyu can produce before using it. You have already made decisions in your mind, so use them. Hold the flame enchantment in your hand. Skill, summon the elemental lich. A pillar of fire rose from Lin Moyu's body. Standing in the middle of the flame, Lin Moyu didn't feel the heat at all, only a slight warmth. The flames didn't do him any harm at all. The flame crystals cracked, and a flaming lich appeared in front of Lin Moyu. Compared with the flame lich recruited with low-level materials, the flame lich in front of him is obviously much bigger. It has changed from the size of a fist to the size of an adult's head. Maybe because the crystal is round, this flame lich also looks a bit round. It seems that the skin is thicker and softer, and the bones are not so obvious. Why is it cuter? Lin Moyu felt that it didn't fit his professional image. It's obviously an undead summoner, yet it looks so cute. Headache, with the use of skills again and again. Storm Lich, Ice Lich, Earth Lich, Thunder Lich, and Light Lich appeared one after another. There is a halo under each Lich's feet. A total of 6 Liches circled Lin Moyu non-stop. Lin Moyu checked the attributes of each Lich and became familiar with their skills. Flame Elemental Lich. Level, 50. Power, 90,000. Agility, 90,000. Spirit, 90,000. Physique, 90,000. The 4-dimensional attributes of the 6 liches are exactly the same, there is no difference. The difference is that they have auras of different attributes. Flame Lich. Aura of Fire, bless all members of the Undead Legion with a halo of fire, causing fire damage to all enemies within a range of 1,000 meters. The damage depends on the skill level and the attribute of the Lich. Storm Lich. Storm Halo, bless the Storm Halo on all members of the Undead Legion, greatly increasing the speed of the Undead Legion. The effect depends on the skill level and Lich attribute. Frost Lich. Frozen Halo, bless all members of the Undead Army with a Frozen Halo, causing a freezing effect to all enemies within a range of 1,000 meters. The freezing effect depends on the skill level and Lich attribute. Earth Lich. Earth Halo, blessing the Earth aura on all undead legions will greatly increase the defense of the undead army. The effect depends on the skill level and the Lich attribute. Thunder Lich. Lightning Halo. Add a lightning halo to all undead legions, causing lightning damage to all enemies within a range of 1,000 meters, and has a chance to create a paralyzing effect. The damage depends on the skill level and the attributes of the Lich. Light Lich. Halo of Holy Light. Bless the halo of Holy Light on all undead legions, strengthen the resistance of the undead legions to light element damage, and increase the attack power of the undead legions against dark monsters. The effect depends on the skill level and the Lich attribute. Watching a halo attribute appear. The 6 halos are large and small, neatly set at the feet of the undead army. It is colorful and illuminates the earth, which is very spectacular. The Legion of the Undead transformed into the Legion of the Holy Light. With all kinds of bonuses, Lin Moyu himself can hardly imagine how strong the undead army is. Before the enemy gets close, they will be burned by fire, struck by lightning, and then affected by water. Absolutely hopeless. Lin Moyu found that every 10th level of himself was a huge leap, not just the talents of the overall increase will increase by 1 level. New skills are often disruptive as well. Strong, really too strong. Familiar with the 6 auras brought by the elementalic, Lin Moyu set his sights on a monster in the distance. Showing an unkind smile. It's you. It was a pack of wolves. In the number 1 plateau, the number of 2 monsters, the plateau wild wolf and the plateau antelope, is the largest. These 2 kinds of monsters live in groups, with at least 4 or 5 in each group, and 10 or so in the picture. The pack of wild wolves that Lin Moyu took a fancy to had exactly 8 wolves, no more, no less. Consciousness instantly locked on to the 8 wild wolves and raised his hand. Ability, Bone Prison. The 8 wild wolves were restrained by the bone prison without any response. Their whole bodies were frozen, and a layer of fine cloth skeletons appeared on the surface of their bodies. These bones locked them firmly like chains, and at the same time, there were some small barbs on the bones that pierced their skin. The paralysis took effect immediately, and the wolves couldn't move. It is precisely because of the existence of these bones that after being restrained, their defense power is greatly improved, and the damage they receive is reduced by a full 50%. The duration of level 1 skeleton prison is only 1 second, but because of the god-level talent of full amplification, the binding time has been increased by a full 60 times to 60 seconds. At the same time, the duration is also affected by factors such as monster level, number of monsters, and monster attributes. How long it can actually last varies from monster to monster and cannot be accurately judged. However, Lin Mo felt that if only level 1 skills were placed on these monsters over level 45, the effect should be greatly weakened. Sure enough, after only 3 seconds, the bones on the wild wolf disappeared at the same time. The wild wolf broke free and rushed forward with howling. However, they hadn't rushed 2 meters, and another batch of skeleton prisons descended on them. After 3 seconds, the bone prison disappeared again. But Lin Moyu didn't give them a chance to rush over, and the bone prison came again. After repeated experiments, Lin Moyu already knew the effect of the bone prison. The more monsters bound at the same time, the shorter the bound time. The higher the level of the monster, the stronger the attribute, and the shorter the binding time. As far as his current level 1 skill is concerned, after his talent is enhanced, he has a binding time of 60 seconds. When restraining a wild wolf, it can be restrained for about 20 seconds. If he restrains 8 wild wolves at the same time, he can only restrain them for less than 3 seconds. Another point is that the skill of bone prison consumes a lot of mental power. Every time a bound monster is added, the mental power consumption will increase exponentially. Level 1 skill, to bind a wild wolf, requires about 100 points of mental power. If you restrain 8 wild wolves at the same time, it will consume 800 points of mental power. If the skill level is improved, the consumption will further increase. Such a huge consumption, if it is replaced by other legal professions. At level 50, it is at most 40,000 mental power. Bind multiple targets at the same time, and if you do it a few times, your mental power will be almost exhausted. Moreover, if it is used on multiple targets at the same time, the binding time will be greatly shortened, and the practicality will be greatly reduced. But for Lin Moyu has completely figured out the key to this skill. The biggest difficulty in cultivating the skill of Bone Prison is the excessive consumption of mental power. But he doesn't care about mental consumption at all, so the biggest difficulty in cultivation does not exist. Now it has reached level 50, with 30 undead legions, each with 900 skeletons. A total of 27,000 skeletons shared its mental power consumption. If you can use up so much mental power, you will be damned. Lin Moyu began to display his skills recklessly. The few wild wolves he used for experiments in front of him were completely tragic. The bone prisons on them are constantly refreshed, and they are always in a paralyzed state. His whole body was stiff and he couldn't move, except for his eyeballs, he couldn't even make a sound. Later, Lin Moyu even played left and right. 4 skills can be cast every second. The skill level rose rapidly like lightning, much faster than when practicing summoning the elemental lich. Lin Moyu once again showed his ruthless personality, and in less than 2 days, he cultivated the Bone Prison to level 50. Bone Prison, level 50, bind one target or multiple enemies, causing paralysis. Enemies who are bound cannot act to counterattack, and the damage they receive is reduced by 50%, and the bound time lasts for 50 seconds, it will change according to the enemy's level attributes and the number of bound. In the level 50 Bone Prison, the bondage time reaches 50 seconds, and the mental power consumption reaches an astonishing 5,000 points. This is only the consumption of restraining a monster. If it is like Lin Moyu, who restrains 8 or 5 professionals at the same time. Mental power is estimated to be emptied when a skill is released. Only Lin Moyu can afford it. The 3 new skills acquired after level 50, only the lightning undead wings failed to rise. It takes 9 minutes to cast it once, even if Lin Moyu does not fall once, it will take a few days to upgrade to a level, and the upgrade speed is very slow. But Lin Moyu didn't care about this. Because of the talent of comprehensive growth, the level 2 lightning undead wing is enough to fly for 20 minutes, and the cooling time is only 9 minutes, which can already allow him to fight with the undead army for a long time. Lin Moyu finally relaxed after finishing training his skills. Checked his level 50 attributes, with a smile on his lips. His current attribute is really scary. If other professionals know about it, they will only say one thing: abnormal. Name: Lin Moyu. Occupation: Necromancer, unique. Level: 50, 1%. Power: 74735. Agility: 74735. Spirit: 198,610. Physical: 90735. Special attributes: physical damage reduced by 50%, poisonous elemental damage reduced by 50%, fire elemental damage reduced by 50%, water elemental damage reduced by 50%, wind elemental damage reduced by 50%, light elemental damage reduced by 80%, electric elemental damage reduced by 80%, vitality increased by 50%. Equipment: none. Summon space: 900 out of 900. Undead Legion: 30/30. Lich space: 6 out of 6. Characteristic: Divinity Power, level 50. Talent: Full Amplification, level 6, unique, Full Connection, unique. Passive skills: Status Immunity, Damage Transfer, Elemental Resistance, level 1, Physical Resistance, level 1. Active skills: Soul Flame, level 50, Corpse Burst, level 7, Skeleton Armor, level 50, Bone Fangs, level 50, Summoning Skeleton Berserker, level 50, Summoning Skeleton Archmage, level 50, Summon Skeleton Marksman, level 50, Summon Lich General, level 50, Summon Elemental Lich, level 50, Curse of Aging, Level 50, Curse of Poison, Level 50, Prison of Bones, Level 50, Lightning Undead Wings, Level 3, Strong Soldier Killing Field, unavailable. The total attributes have reached a staggering 430,000. It is much higher than the world bosses of the same level. According to Lin Moyu's knowledge, the total attribute of a level 50 mid-level legendary professional is only between 120,000 and 130,000. Even if there are adventures, the total attributes rarely exceed 190,000. I have reached 430,000, almost 3 times that of others. Under this attribute, strength is better than warriors, agility is better than assassins, and physique is better than knights. As for the spiritual attribute, it goes without saying, it is several times that of other legal professions, coupled with a large number of damage immunity features, elemental and physical dual resistance passive skills. There are also status immunity, damage transfer, and a large number of active attack skills, and a large number of undead legions with amazing combat power. Corpse Explosion has also reached level 7. Attack, control, curse, all kinds of skills are available. At this moment, Lin Moyu himself felt that he was a little perverted. It is estimated that in the history of the human race, no one has reached his level. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to kill a level 90 Flame Demon King when he was less than level 50, and be promoted to a 2-star general. Check the attribute changes of the skeletons again. Lin Moyu clapped his hands. It's time to go to the ancient battlefield. P.S. I put the attribute skills of the protagonist at level 50 and the attribute skills of the undead army into the work. Those who are interested can take a look. I won't write it in the text, so as not to say that I don't have enough words. Because the number of words is indeed a bit too much, several thousand. It took a full 7 days to practice skills, and when he returned to Baishan Courtyard, Meng Anwen had already prepared the teleportation array for the ancient battlefield. Bai Yuan was far away, and went to Fortress Number 8. Lin Moyu demonstrated the effect of the element Lich to Meng Anwen. Meng Anwen was amazed. I didn't expect this kind of skill to replace the role of the Holy Light Knight to a certain extent. Your profession is becoming more and more comprehensive. Lin Moyu also felt this way. Lich General replaces Legion Overlord with 3 abilities. Now the Elementalic has replaced the Knight of the Light. Lin Moyu's skills are completely self-contained and do not depend on any other profession. But in fact it is true. Lin Moyu does not accept any auxiliary status at all, and can only rely on himself. Teacher, where can I get higher-level elemental materials? To improve an elemental lich, apart from the skill level, the most important thing is high-quality, high-level elemental materials. Meng Anwen said, that's still quite a lot. For example, in the lower space and deep space of the ancient battlefield, there will be some special elemental materials. For example, the Burning Sky Safflower is a legendary fire element material. There is also the Crystal of Heavy Water, which is a legendary water element material. However, these things are not easy to obtain. The more premium materials, the more difficult it is to obtain them. Except for the ancient battlefield. Meng Anwen also said that there are a few places where legendary elemental materials can be obtained, but none of them are very difficult to obtain. Even the cheapest ones, in the dungeons in the Empire, only some dungeon bosses over level 80 have a very low probability of dropping them. Legendary materials are not easy to obtain, otherwise there would not be so few legendary equipment in the human race. From Meng Anwen's words, Lin Moyu could hear difficulties. The lower space of the ancient battlefield belongs to the world from level 70 to level 89. Now Lin Moyu can't make it through, so he can only press the thoughts in his heart for the time being. The god Shata appeared, and Lin Moyu stepped into the teleportation array. Meng Anwen said, when there is danger, the stone will be sent back automatically. Lin Moyu nodded, holding a special teleportation stone made for him by Meng Anwen in his hand. This teleportation stone is connected to God Shata, and it can be used even in dungeons with difficulty in hell, or in secret realms. It can help Lin Moyu out of danger at any time. In terms of item level, it is only slightly worse than the Abyss Teleportation Stone made of space crystals. The teleportation array took Lin Moyu across a long distance. The familiar air entered his nose, and Lin Moyu came to the ancient battlefield. Looking at the slightly familiar environment, Lin Moyu murmured, "Teacher is lazy." This time he arrived at the ancient battlefield, which was the same point as last time. Exactly. Meng Anwen didn't go to the teleportation point at all, and just used the one from last time. But now the upper layer of the ancient battlefield is really not dangerous to Lin Moyu. It doesn't matter which point he teleports to. After checking the direction, the lightning undead wing suddenly launched. Lin Moyu turned into a flash of lightning and flew towards the core area. This time with flying skills, the forward speed is much faster than last time. In the upper space of the ancient battlefield, except for the core area, there are no flying monsters. This also allows Lin Moyu to fly without hesitation. With a speed of 600 meters per second, Lin Moyu can fly 2,000 kilometers per hour. More miles than in the previous day. Soon, he saw a familiar place. The territory of the Soul Eater. At that time, there was a great battle, and the territory of the Soul Eater was completely changed beyond recognition. After a lapse of several months, it has recovered somewhat at this time. The hills were reformed one after another, but the soul-eating Warm Mother and the soul-eating Warm King hadn't been bred again, so it might take some time. Lin Moyu continued to move forward, and in the blink of an eye, he was far away from the territory of the Soul Eater. He followed the route he had walked before, and saw the place where the earth killed Cholongshan again. The crumbling mountain has been restored under the rules of the ancient battlefield, the ground is still flat, and the poisonous gas has long since dissipated. It's just that this time there is no earth-touching dragon god in the mountains. Lin Moyu's wish to open a highly poisonous crystal has come to nothing. After flying for half a day, it flew tens of thousands of kilometers. The monster under the feet has reached level 55, and it is no longer far from the core area. Lin Moyu was amazed by some of the scenery he saw along the way. This is the path I have traveled. The earth changed, and the land in the core area appeared in sight. Finally reached. There are still memories of the past in my mind. At that time, it was difficult to advance in the core area, and the skeleton warrior lost all the way, which was very difficult. In the end, I ran into ancient Luan Miao, and almost died in it. This time, Lin Moyu believes that it will not happen again. A ball of gorgeous smoke and tea exploded on the ground. Lin Moyu recognized this skill, and couldn't help being dumbfounded. They haven't left yet. He saw a team fighting monsters on the edge of the core area. At a glance, he saw Mu Xianxian in the team. This violent woman with a huge platinum hammer was very conspicuous. Coupled with the fireworks-like collection skills, the logo is too obvious. Jialan Yeyu led her team to wander around the edge of the core area. Over the past few months, the level of everyone in the team has improved. Mu Xianxian has reached level 60, which is not too slow. Now they are besieging a normal boss. As a knight, Jialan Yeyu has reached level 61. She stands at the front and firmly protects her teammates. Under her command, the team firmly grasped the rhythm of the battle. Mu Xianxian gave full play to the potential of a violent woman. She is no longer just a vase who can only set off fireworks. The stun skill is combined with the must-hit talent, plus the fighting instinct. Xianxian interrupted the boss skills again and again. Let the whole team play extremely easily. Lin Moyu stayed in the air for a while, and found that Mu Xianxian had faintly become the main force in the team. Her role has become irreplaceable. Their true boss is gradually being grinded to death. No matter how hard you struggle, it's useless. Seeing victory in sight, Lin Moyu suddenly looked up. Two demons roared from afar. Jialan Yeyu immediately sensed the devil's aura, and said softly, "A devil is coming, everyone be careful." I'm holding the boss, and the mage aims at the demons and knocks them down. Xianxian help me control the boss together, just leave a supporter. Jialanyeyu responded very quickly and made arrangements quickly. There are 20 people in this team, which is enough for her to dispatch. Lin Moyu saw it, and realized that he seemed to have underestimated Jialanyeyu before. This guy has a good grasp of the rhythm of the battle. Unfortunately, such an arrangement does not have much effect. Lin Moyu has dealt with demons too many times, and the 2 demons he can see at a glance should be around level 65. After level 60, every time you go up 1 level, the attribute strength will be greatly improved. Neither of these 2 demons is much worse than the boss they are attacking. Moreover, demons are more flexible in battle, the danger is even higher than that of boss. Even without the influence of the boss, their team can only draw with the 2 demons at most. What's more, there is still a boss holding him back. Lin Moyu made a judgment almost instantly that Jialanyeyu and the others would be in danger. He didn't make a move, he wanted to see how Jialanyeyu would respond. 2 demons, one is the Abyss Sword Demon, and the other is the Abyss Sword Demon. The Bachio arms behind the Abyss Sword Demon are like 8 sharp knives, which are its most powerful weapons. It charged down wielding a big knife, with a grin in its mouth, go to hell. The Abyss Sword Demon stayed in mid-air, swung the pitch-black demon sword in his hand, and shot out one after another fierce sword energy. The other 2 knights in Jialanyeyu came to the front of the team, one against the Sword Chi, and the other against the Abyss Sword Demon. These 2 knights have both reached level 59. After the auxiliary bonus, their strength is not bad, and their attributes are not bad. But compared with the Abyss Sword Demon, it is still a bit worse. The Abyss Sword Demon slammed down like a meteor, its 8 arms slashed at the same time. The knight shouted coquettishly, "Holy shield defense." The shield immediately burst into brilliant light, more than doubling in size. There was a loud bang, the shield was smashed, and the knight flew upside down in response. Can't stop it. The assistant has sharp eyesight and quick hands, and the knight has been treated while flying backwards. At the same time, mages and archers began to attack the Abyss Sword Demon. The Abyss Sword Demon waved its 8 arms, blocking all the attacks. The sword energy of the Abyss Sword Demon slammed into another knight. The knight was seriously injured in an instant, and flew out backwards spraying blood. The difference in level attributes is too great, especially after level 60, it is difficult to make up for it only by relying on auxiliary bonuses. The Abyss Sword Demon rushed into the team with a smirk, and the knight who was knocked into the air rushed back again. She was glowing all over, and activated the ultimate defense skills. In this state, she can fight against the Abyss Sword Demon. But it can't last too long. The arm of the Abyss Sword Demon danced into a phantom, making a dense impact sound, accompanied by its excited roar, "Go to die, go to die." Mu Xianxian rushed back suddenly, and she plunged into the light of the Abyssal Sword Demon's sword. With a loud shout, the giant hammer smashed out, and the Abyss Sword Demon stopped suddenly. Relying on the 2 talents of fighting instinct and must hit, plus stun skills. Even the level 65 Abyssal Sword Demon can't handle it, it's the same move. Mu Xianxian shouted, "Li." The team cooperated tacitly, and before Mu Xianxian could speak, they had poured all their firepower on the Abyss Sword Demon. The Abyss Sword Demon standing in mid-air let out a soft shout, and swung his long sword violently. Dozens of sword chi swept across in an instant. "Careful!" Mu Xianxian gave a loud shout. The mage unfolds the shield, and the knight opens the group defense. A loud roar sounded in his ears, and the Abyss Sword Demon broke free from the dizzy state, and it took only 2 seconds before and after. Mu Xianxian's skill cooldown is 5 seconds, and there are 3 seconds left before she can use it again. She obviously didn't realize that the Abyssal Sword Demon broke free so quickly. This is the difference brought about by the level gap, which is difficult to reverse. If Mu Xianxian was also at level 65 now, then it wouldn't be the case, at least it would be able to feint for 4 seconds. The Abyss Sword Demon glared at 317 Mu Xianxian, "I'll kill you." It's already angry. The knife light exploded, almost engulfing Mu Xianxian completely. There was a dense sound of impact, and Mu Xianxian flew upside down in response. Already injured. Slim. Treat Xianxian quickly. Jialan Yeyu yelled anxiously, and the therapist had already started. Lin Moyu sees it in his eyes, and his heart is like a mirror. Mu Xianxian is already very strong. As a legendary professional, although she is not a combat professional, her attributes are not bad. Coupled with talent, Mu Xianxian belongs to the type of one trick that can be eaten all over the world. Among the same level, Mu Xianxian is not weaker than ordinary main combat professions. It's a pity that what she encountered was the Abyss Sword Demon, which is a strong clan among the Demon Clan. The attributes are extremely strong, only stronger than legendary professionals. Coupled with the level gap, Mu Xianxian naturally couldn't be its opponent. The Abyss Sword Demon suffered a loss just now, and now it is angry, and its fighting power is stronger than before. The knight who replaced Mu Xianxian couldn't last a few seconds. In the air, the terrifying sword energy of the Abyss Sword Demon swept over, condescending, and the team could only defend, without the power to fight back. The strongest knight in the team, Jialan Yeyu, was entangled by the boss and couldn't escape. In this way, defeat and death are a matter of time. Mu Xianxian shouted, "Sister Yeyu, I'm dragging them and the boss, you guys go." Mu Xianxian has recovered after treatment, and she, Aki, performed the group collection technique coquettishly. The fireworks exploded, immediately grabbing the boss's attention away from Jialan Yeyu. After level 60, the range of her group gathering skills has increased significantly, and even the Abyss Sword Demon in the air is covered by the gathering skills. The attention of the two demons was also forcibly drawn to Mu Xianxian, and they were filled with hatred for Mu Xianxian for a while. The effect of this skill-pulling hatred is very terrifying. Jialan Yeyu shouted loudly, "No!" But at this moment, Mu Xianxian didn't listen to her at all, and ran away quickly. Shouting while running, "Sister Yeyu, take the sisters and leave me alone." Jialan Yeyu instinctively wanted to catch up, but when she heard Mu Xianxian's words, her footsteps stopped again. She had to think about the rest of the team. If they catch up, the greatest possibility is that everyone will die together and become the devil's food. It doesn't make any sense to do so. In the end, Jialan Yeyu gritted her teeth with tears in her eyes, bang. She turned around and led everyone to run in the opposite direction. Everyone in the team had tears in their eyes. They knew that Mu Xianxian would probably not survive this time. Lin Moyu was at a high altitude and saw the whole process in his eyes. From a rational point of view, Mu Xianxian did the right thing, and Jialan Yeyu was also right. But starting from his personal character, Lin Moyu doesn't like Lan Yeyu's behavior. Mu Xianxian ran as fast as she could with all her might. The boss behind him is not slower than her, and the speed of Abyss Sword Demon is even faster than her. Seeing that she was about to catch up, Mu Xianxian suddenly turned around and used the stun skill on the Abyssal Sword Demon. The Abyss Sword Demon instantly entered a dizzy state, and the sleepy knot took the opportunity to continue to escape. The Abyss Sword Demon in the air slashed out streams of sword energy, but Mu Xianxian dodged them all. The fighting instinct played a great role, giving her an intuition beyond ordinary people, avoiding the attacks of the Abyss Sword Demon time and time again. The same is true for Mu Xianxian, who stunned the Abyss Sword Demon several times. The Abyss Sword Demon was so angry that he yelled, his whole body was glowing with pitch-black light, and the fire of the abyss was ignited on his arms. Every time the flame flew over Mu Xianxian's body, it would cause a lot of damage to Lin Xianxian. The sword energy flying from above her head also intertwined into a net, making it more and more difficult for her to dodge. Mu Xianxian took out the potion and drank it. All she wanted to do now was to hold on for a while longer and run as far as possible. Buy more time for Jialan Yeyu and others. With her running, she also attracted many monsters from the core area. It made her escape even worse. In just a few minutes, she was exhausted and could no longer run. Finally, a terrifying sword energy came oncoming. The knife of the Abyss Sword Demon behind him has also fallen. No matter how strong the talent of fighting instinct is, in this case, she cannot dodge. Mu Xianxian smiled wryly, this time I might really die. For some reason, at this critical time, the shadow of Lin Moyu suddenly appeared in her mind. She didn't think about where Jialanyeyu escaped to, or whether she had led her away far enough. At this moment, her subconscious thought of Lin Moyu. Mu Xianxian had already closed her eyes, without any fear on her face. After a few seconds, the expected pain did not come. Mu Xianxian opened her eyes and saw a dazzling white light. Skeleton armor. Mu Xianxian's eyes burst into surprise. The appearance of the skeleton armor means that Lin Moyu has arrived. She raised her head, searched around, and immediately saw Lin Moyu standing in the air. When Lin Moyu arrives, he doesn't have to die. Mu Xianxian didn't care about the abyssal sword demon that had rushed in front of her, the terrifying sword energy falling from the sky, and the upcoming boss. She just waved to Lin Moyu with a smile. The bone armor gleamed. After the talent bonus, the bone armor provides a defense equivalent to 300,000 physique. Even if the abyssal sword demon and sword demon with more than 60 levels attack with all their strength, it is impossible to break through in a short time. The abyss sword demon was surprised by the sudden appearance of the skeleton armor, and then saw Lin Moyu. A little guy at level 50. Even has flying skills. TSK, the meat delivered to the door, mixed with men and women, tastes better. The abyss sword demon also saw Lin Moyu, but its attention was still attracted by Mu Xianxian, and it didn't do anything to Lin Moyu. It has to be said that only a few skills of the knight can compare to the ability of the collection technique to pull hatred. The next second, Mu Xianxian received an invitation from Lin Moyu to form a team. She quickly quit her original team and chose to join Lin Moyu's team. Then the red light flashed, and the curse fell. Skill, Curse of Aging. Just as the curse took effect, suddenly the abyss sword demon, the boss, and the few monsters that were brought in were frozen in place at the same time, as if they did not move. The abyss sword demon even fell straight from the air. Skill, Bone Prison. Time seems to stand still, and all are bound. The undead army then rushed out. Jialanyeyu and the others had already fled away. He ran hundreds of kilometers in one breath. Suddenly their faces showed sadness, and Mu Xianxian withdrew from the team. They knew that Mu Xianxian was dead. One by one wept pear blossoms with rain. Jialanyeyu cried while crying, "Don't cry, let's keep running. Find a good place and erect a tombstone for Xianxian. Then go back, revive Xianxian, and bring her back to see my tombstone in the future." The abyssal sword demon and abyssal sword demon trapped in the bone prison watched helplessly as the head of the skeleton berserker greeted them. They are not monsters, they will be demons, they will think, they will struggle, they will have fear. Fear rose in his eyes. Who is this? Why can't I move? There are doubts in my heart, but it is too late to think. If you think about it any longer, you will die. The axes of the skeleton berserkers were glowing red, and they all felt the threat of their lives. Bang bang bang, the arms of the abyss sword demon exploded one after the other. Every time it explodes, its body will tremble unconsciously, in great pain. Arms are not just their weapons. After level 60, arms will have another function, which is to save their lives. When the ARM exploded, its body gushed out powerful force. After blasting out 4 arms in a row, the skeleton prison outside the body shattered, and it regained its freedom. At this time, the axe of the skeleton berserker also arrived. Frenzied Bombardment, level 2, causes 600% damage to the target. Cooldown time is 10 minutes. How strong is the attribute of a level 50 skeleton berserker? After the talent increase, the power attribute reached 252000. Coupled with the 50% increase of Lich General, the strength attribute is close to 380,000. Plus a 600% increase. With this axe down, it almost instantly killed the Abyss Sword Demon. The Abyss Sword Demon felt death, and at the last moment, he swung his arm, and his arm turned into a big knife hard to connect with an axe. The arm broke in response, and the blood of the devil rushed out like a fountain. With a scream, it rushed to the sky quickly, and ran away without looking back. In his eyes, this level 50 guy is too terrifying. As for the Abyss Sword Demon who was also trapped, the Abyss Sword Demon didn't care about it at all, based on the idea that dead friends would never die. In the Abyss world, the weak prey on the strong, and there are no so-called friends. As soon as it flew out, it heard a scream, and it knew that the Abyss Sword Demon was dead. It was so frightened that it didn't dare to turn its head back, so it just flew out. Boom! The whole person seemed to have hit a copper wall and was knocked back hard. He raised his head and saw Lin Moyu standing in front of him, his body also shining with bone armor. Too flustered, the Abyss Sword Demon obviously didn't realize how slow the curse was in his body. Now its speed is tens of meters per second at most. It cannot be compared with Lin Moyu's 600 meters per second. In an instant, Lin Moyu overtook him. You can't escape. Around Lin Moyu appeared 10 skeleton archmages and 10 skeleton marksmen. It's level 50, and I also want to try the combat effectiveness of the skeleton archmage and marksman. Just now, the skeleton berserker has verified his combat power. In 2 or 3 strokes, the Abyss Sword Demon was instantly killed. In the horrified eyes of the Abyss Sword Demon, the element exploded, and was pierced by sharp arrows at the same time. It had already been severely injured, but now it screamed and fell from the air. Halfway through, a second round of attacks arrived. The skeletons wouldn't stop just because it fell. In the process of landing, it lasted for 3 rounds of marksman's attack and 2 rounds of archmage's elemental explosion. When it landed, it was dead. Killing the 2 demons in a blink of an eye, Lin Moyu pulled out a 900-strong undead army and rushed to the boss quickly. Core Stone Beast, Boss Monster. Level, 60. Power, 120000. Agility, 40,000. Spirit, 40,000. Physique, 120000. Skills, Slap with all your strength, Earthquake. Characteristics, Elemental damage reduced by 40%, physical damage reduced by 50%. The boss is just an ordinary boss-level monster, and its total attributes are only 320,000, which is not as good as the 55th level Chiwa demon. The attributes of monster bosses above level 60 will increase greatly, obviously not including this boss who just happens to be stuck at level 60. To deal with such an unremarkable boss, dispatching an entire army of undead is considered to be enough face. Lin Moyu no longer looked at the results, and fell to Mu Xianxian's side. I saved you again, last time was also in the core area. Mu Xianxian was still immersed in surprise at this time, and when she heard Lin Moyu's words, she giggled, thank you. Let's be more practical. Lin Moyu simply said, I'm going to the center of the core area, you can walk with me. Mu Xianxian agreed without hesitation, okay, no problem. Lin Moyu said, this time there may be danger, are you not afraid of death? Mu Xianxian shook her head, don't be afraid, with you here, I won't die. Lin Moyu chuckled, not sure if she was really not afraid, or if she believed in herself too much. Kill the Core Stone Beast, experience, plus 1800000. Obtain the Core Sword. Obtain the Core Sword through the collection technique. Core Sword, for knights only, platinum level weapon, all attributes, plus 2800, Knight type professional attack, skills increase by 80%. Core Sword, for knights only, platinum level weapon, all attributes, plus 2800, Knight type professional attack, skills increase by 80%. The 2 pieces of equipment are not very good, Lin Moyu just glanced at it and threw it into the storage space. Now his eyesight is higher, this kind of stuff can no longer catch his eyes. Little stars flashed in Mu Xianxian's eyes, you have become so powerful. She is still pure like a piece of white paper, with all the emotions and anger hanging on her face. Say what is on your mind, with sincerity. Lin Moyu was not too humble, it's okay, Do you need to take a break? Mu Xianxian shook her head. No need, I can rest while walking. Her attributes are biased towards warriors, with strong physical strength and fast recovery speed. Although I was injured a little bit just now, and I was a little exhausted. But in just a few minutes, he has recovered a lot. As long as you don't continue to fight, you will be able to recover soon. Lin Moyu didn't fly anymore, and in the core area, he wasn't suitable for flying either. Entering the core area this time is much easier than last time. Lin Moyu only used one undead army to clear the way, and didn't care about the others at all. Ordinary monsters in the core area can't stop the undead army at all. Half a day later, Mu Xianxian fully recovered. She is doing her job diligently and responsibly. Gathering firework blooms in the core area. Actually, you don't have to do this, these ordinary monsters won't get any good things. Lin Moyu basically doesn't like the material items dropped by ordinary monsters. After all, they are just ordinary monsters of more than 60 levels, and at most they are some platinum-level ordinary materials. Mu Xianxian shook her head. More or less is worth some money. Sister Yiyu said that there will be many places to spend money in the future. At level 60, you need to buy a lot of intermediate skill scrolls, and at level 70 and 80, you need to buy advanced skill scrolls. Otherwise, none of my skills can be awakened. Hearing her words, Lin Moyu realized that Mu Xianxian's occupation is also a bit special. Collecting masters is an unpopular profession, and even Xiaojing Academy does not have a corresponding tutor. Just like myself, I also need to rely on skill scrolls. And if there is no professional sublimation at level 70, the skills at level 70 need advanced skill scrolls. Advanced skill scrolls are priced at 100 million each, which is frighteningly expensive. And not one or two is enough, it may take dozens or hundreds of sheets. Lin Moyu said, don't you hate them, they? Mu Xianxian didn't react at first, and then realized who Lin Moyu was talking about. She also shook her head. I don't hate, why should I hate them? Jialan Yeyu also has a chance to attract the demons of the abyss to leave, and she is a knight, the chance of saving her life is greater than yours. And she may have planted a soul mark, and she can be resurrected after death. Lin Moyu thought for a while, and still expressed his opinion. Mu Xianxian nearly shook her head. It's different, Sister Yiyu is more capable than me of leading the sisters out of here. And I have also planted a soul imprint, and I can be resurrected after I die. Lin Moyu didn't expect that Mu Xianxian would also be imprinted with a soul. Such a soul mark requires a lot of price, not just anyone can enjoy this treatment. Among the major families, only the most outstanding people can be planted with soul imprints. Mu Xianxian explained, I grew up with Sister Yiyu since I was a child, and the soul imprint was also planted by Sister Yiyu for me. Lin Moyu understood. Mu Xianxian is not only simple, but also kind. She's a nice girl. Lin Moyu suddenly thought of a possibility. Tell me, will they erect a tombstone for you? Mu Xianxian replied without thinking, sure, Sister Yiyu will definitely do this. Lin Moyu wondered if this woman, Jialan Yeyu, had a hobby of erecting tombstones. She really shouldn't be a knight, she should be a gravekeeper. Roar. A loud roar interrupted the conversation between the two. A huge boss and a monster appeared in front of him. Come alive. Lin Moyu saw the boss, a boss with a tiger head, a body covered with scales, and a tail full of barbs. It roared at the skeletons, and its hair exploded all over its body, and the bristling hairs were like sharp arrows. The height is more than 6 meters, and the body length is more than 15 meters. A well-deserved behemoth. Of course, it cannot be compared with world-class bosses such as the earth-touching dragon god. Similarly, combat power is not determined by body size. It seemed to feel the strength of the skeletons, and did not attack directly. It can be seen that it is vigilant. If there is danger, it is even possible to run away. After level 60, the boss also has some weak intelligence instincts. Many people believe that level 60 is a watershed. But Lin Moyu thinks that level 60 is a connecting stage. At this stage, the attributes skyrocket and the boss becomes stronger. In order to be more adaptable to the strength after level 70. The breeze blows, and the detection technique has brought back its information. Battlefield Armored Tiger, Boss Level Monster. Level, 64. Strength, 160000. Agility, 140000. Spirit, 40,000. Physique, 160000. Skills, Howling Wind, Iron Armor Impact. Characteristics, Elemental damage reduced by 50%, physical damage reduced by 50%. Lin Moyu glanced at it, and the total property reached 500,000. This is what the boss in the core area looks like. The double damage reduction of elemental damage and physical damage, coupled with the vitality of the boss, can be regarded as powerful. At least it collided with the earth-touching dragon god. It's hard to say who will win. It was the first time Mu Xianxian saw such a powerful boss, and couldn't help asking, "Can you beat it?" Lin Moyu looked at her frightened look. "What if I can't beat it?" Mu Xianxian didn't hesitate at all. "If you can't beat it, I'll drag it and you run." This guy simply doesn't take his own life seriously. Those who didn't know thought she had resurrection skills. Lin Moyu chuckled. "No need, get ready to use the collection technique." With a heart move, the undead army has already rushed straight. A reorganized undead army, 300 skeleton berserkers rushed to the front. The skeleton marksman was in the middle, and the skeleton wizard was at the back. When the undead army was in action, the armored tiger on the battlefield also moved accordingly. Since he was vigilant, his dignity as a boss did not allow him to escape without fighting. Even if you want to escape, you have to fight first. The armored tiger on the battlefield roared deafeningly, jumped high and rushed towards the berserker skeleton. Still in midair, elemental operations have already exploded on it. Then the sharp arrows shot by the skeleton god pierced the sky densely and pierced into its body. The armored tiger is covered with thick and solid black armor, and the sharp arrows hit it, making intensive sounds. As a boss, has a very strong defense. In the state of not being cursed, the attacks of the skeleton archmage and skeleton marksman are enough to cause damage to it, but the damage is not particularly large. The flame flashed by, and the flame demon appeared beside Lin Moyu. In an instant, all members of the undead army had a halo of flames under their feet. On the battlefield, raging flames rose from the iron-armored tiger. Aura of fire, bless all members of the undead legion with a halo of fire, causing fire damage to all enemies within a range of 1,000 meters. The damage depends on the skill level and the attribute of the lich. Now there is only one target in the range, and all the targets of the halo of fire are directed at it. The armored tiger on the battlefield let out a high-pitched roar, and it was uncomfortable to be burned. When the flaming lich appeared, Mu Xianxian's eyes glowed, staring at the flaming lich. "Wow, so cute." Lin Moyu knew this would happen, so he laughed and didn't answer. He observed the reaction of the armored tiger on the battlefield. It was rare to have such a good subject. How could Lin Moyu let it go so easily? After watching for a while, I found that the battlefield Xuanjiao was still injured under the flames. It seems to be useful. Try this again. The cold wind blows, and the air drops a lot. The ice lich exuding cold air appeared beside Lin Moyu. A cyan halo appeared under the skeleton's feet at the same time. Frozen halo, bless all members of the undead army with a frozen halo, causing a freezing effect to all enemies within a range of 1,000 meters. The freezing effect depends on the skill level and lich attribute. The cyan halo of freezing and the glowing red fire halo complement each other, looking very beautiful. The armored tiger on the battlefield that was being burned by flames was suddenly covered in ice. Especially the limbs, the ice layer is especially thick, as if it is going to be frozen. It gradually fell into a frozen state. Then it roared fiercely, its whole body glowed, and its skills were activated. The ice layer on his body also instantly shattered. Skill, Roaring Wind. The biting wind blasted the ice layer, but there was still a chill in his body. The strong wind shattered the ice layer, but it couldn't blow back the skeleton berserker. The skeleton berserker didn't retreat a step, still surrounded it firmly, attacking it continuously. Although it was not frozen, its speed also slowed down a lot. According to Lin Moyu, it was at least 2 or 3 times slower, and it was even more disadvantaged under the siege of skeleton warriors. Although the freezing halo has no attack effect, it has the ability equivalent to a curse, and it seems that it cannot be resolved. Unless you can have the ability of state immunity like yourself. When the ice lich appeared, Qi Xianxian screamed again, "This is so cute too." Lin Moyu still ignored her. "It works well, let's add another one." The lightning crackled, the sparks brought lightning, and the thunder lich came out. A halo of lightning appeared at the feet of the skeletons. There was lightning and thunder for a while. Countless bolts of lightning struck down densely in the air. Just like the thunder god was angry, the armored tiger on the battlefield withstood hundreds of lightning attacks almost instantly. The battlefield armored tiger let out a wail, and it activated its skills again. Ability, Iron Armor Strike. The iron armor on it burst violently, turning into an iron armor whirlwind whistling outside the body. The power of this skill is not small, and its impact is extremely high. The majestic force forced the approaching skeleton berserkers back collectively. Even the skeletal berserker who had already jumped onto it was blown away at this moment. At first glance, it seems that the body shape has suddenly become several times larger. The armored whirlwind not only knocked back the skeleton berserker, it was more like a solid armor, blocking the explosion of elements and the sharp arrow of the sharpshooter. Even the halo attacks of the flame lich and thunder lich were blocked. This skill is good, but I don't know how powerful it is. Lin Moyu commented softly. After using the skill, the armored tiger on the battlefield was extremely mighty, roaring even more. Just as Lin Moyu was waiting for its next move, the next second, it turned around and fled with a roar. Mu Xianxian was extremely surprised, it escaped. Lin Moyu has black hair, this guy. My expectations were in vain, this guy used his skills to escape. Anyway, it's also a level 64 boss, why are you so cowardly? But it also proves that the other party does have some weak wisdom, at least the instinct for life. Mu Xianxian watched the armored tiger run away on the battlefield, and asked, "Do you want to chase it?" "It can't escape." Lin Mo said softly, and the strong wind rose out of thin air. The storm lich, whose whole body was covered by wind elements, came out in response. In an instant, the speed of the undead army increased sharply, at least 3 times. The speed exceeds a kilometer per second, faster than the lightning undead wings. In just a few seconds, it has caught up with the armored tiger on the battlefield and surrounded it again. The armored tiger on the battlefield maintained its skills and went on a rampage, trying to break through the encirclement of the skeletons again. The iron armor whirled and spun, knocking the skeleton berserkers back, forcing a gap. Hope was right in front of him, and suddenly it froze in place, and at the same time, its body was covered with fine bones. Ability, Bone Prison. The Bone Prison triggered a paralyzing effect, which fixed the armored tiger on the battlefield like a fixation spell. Its skills were also interrupted. Under its slightly terrified gaze, the skeleton berserkers charged forward with their axes in hand. The world of mortals filled the air, and the curse fell in response. Lin Moyu whispered to Mu Xianxian, "Go and set off the fireworks." Lin Moyu still remembers the last time he entered the core area and encountered a battlefield snake turtle that was also level 64. The other party didn't run away, it was him who ran away. This time, it was completely different. Even he only used an army of undead, which was enough to wipe out a level 64 battlefield armored tiger. Mu Xianxian didn't need to use any fighting instinct this time, she came to the battlefield with great ease in front of the armored tiger, and let off fireworks. The battlefield armored tiger bound by the bone prison can't move anything except a pair of eyes. Under the fireworks, a red light appeared from the axe of the skeleton berserker. Hundreds of axes were stamped down densely. With a cry of grief, the armored tiger on the battlefield collapsed. Kill the armored tiger on the battlefield, experience, +19200000. Obtain an armored spear. Get the armored spear through the collection technique. Iron armored spear, for fighters only, platinum level weapon, all attributes, +2800, fighter skills increased by 90%. Additional skills, sweeping thousands of armies. Sweeping thousands of troops, attack all enemies within 5 meters, there is a chance to cause a stun, and the cooling time is 3 minutes. Iron armored spear, for fighters only, platinum level weapon, all attributes, +2800, fighter skills increased by 90%. With the collection technique, 2 obtained an armored spear. But as before, the weapons obtained through the collection technique will not have skills. This kind of weapon can only be sold to exchanges, and the price will not be too high. Lin Moyu put away the elementalic. In battle, elementalics have proven their usefulness. Whether it is killing, controlling, and chasing, the effects are very good. If the skill level is improved in the future, and better elemental materials can be found, the elemental lich will become more powerful. When Lin Moyu put away the elemental lich, Mu Xianxian couldn't help showing a hint of disappointment on her face. Is this your summon too? Lin Moyu nodded, yes. Mu Xianxian snorted, I thought it was a pet, it would be great if it was a pet, I want to keep a few too. She didn't pay attention to the role of elemental liches at all, but was more concerned with their appearance. The perspectives of the two are completely different. Lin Moyu didn't explain much, and moved on. The core area is very large, and in the upper space of the ancient battlefield, the core area occupies the largest area. It takes a lot of time to walk to the center of it. In the process of advancing, monsters flew by in the air from time to time. They will spot Lin Moyu and his undead army on the ground and swoop down. But often before he could get close to Lin Moyu, he was killed by the army of undead. Lin Moyu's forward speed this time has been far faster than last time, and he can basically advance thousands of kilometers every day. It seems to be strolling in the garden, but it is actually very fast. All the monsters along the way were wiped out. For 5 days in a row, I haven't encountered ancient Luan bird. Ordinary bosses have encountered several times, and they all fell in front of the undead army without exception. Lin Moyu has now tested the control time of the bone prison. Level 50 bone prison lasts for 50 seconds and reaches 3000 seconds after the increase. But when controlling level 63 or 64 bosses, even if only one is controlled, the control time will be drastically shortened to 30 seconds. The control time has been shortened by 100 times. If you encounter a Lord-level boss or a world-class boss, the control time must be further reduced. And even that is perfectly adequate. Let alone 30 seconds, even 3 seconds is enough to cause terrifying damage. As it gets deeper and deeper into the core area, the earth is also changing. The ground in the core area seems to have been polished, similar to a mirror surface, which can reflect itself. Later, it became smoother and even began to become transparent. 5 days later, Lin Moyu and Mu Xianxian stepped into another area. The ground in this area is translucent, and it can be seen that there are flames burning under the ground. The whole land smelled of burning. The moment Lin Moyu saw the flames, he murmured, "It's finally here." Mu Xianxian was a little confused. "What's here?" Lin Moyu said, "Remember that ancient bird?" Mu Xianxian thought about it for a while. Her little face suddenly changed color, and she nodded her head vigorously. "Remember, you were killed by it last time, and we even erected a tombstone for you." Lin Moyu stared at her. "First, I wasn't killed. Second, don't mention the tombstone anymore." Mu Xianxian let out an "oh." But judging by her appearance, she knew that she accepted it with an open mind, but whether she would change it was hard to say. Lin Moyu didn't bother to argue with her. "We should have entered its territory now. It may come any time, so be careful." Mu Xianxian suddenly pointed to the distant sky. "See if that's it." Lin Moyu looked up and saw a black fireball. The fireball hung in the air like a scorching sun, and it was still growing rapidly. In the center of the fireball, Ancient Luan Bird was flying towards him. Speaking of Chow Chow will be there. Lin Moyu nodded. That's right, that's it. After finishing speaking, put on the bone armor on himself and Mu Xianxian. The undead army appeared in batches, and the Lich General blessed all the skeletons. Gorgeous light soared into the sky. Lin Moyu was ready for battle almost in the blink of an eye. Ancient Luan Bird impressed Lin Moyu too deeply. Even if his strength has greatly increased now, Lin Moyu will not take it lightly. It was also in this short period of 2 seconds that Ancient Luan Miao pierced through the sky and approached quickly. The speed is very fast. According to Lin Moyu's rough judgment, its speed exceeds a kilometer per second. Much faster than his own lightning undead wing. If it can't fight and wants to escape, it can't catch up by itself. We must find a way to make it impossible to jump. Thinking about the tactics in his mind, Mu Xianxian's voice came from his ear. It looks a bit scary, you have to be careful. If there is danger, you can run away by yourself, don't worry about me. Mu Xianxian still thought about Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu gave her a strange look. This girl is really not afraid of death. Lin Moyu already has a countermeasure in mind. You find the right time to set off the fireworks. If you can't set off the fireworks, it doesn't matter, safety comes first. Mu Xianxian nodded. While speaking, the Ancient Luan Bird has already flown over. It shook its wings, and black flames descended from the sky. A dense rain of fire suddenly fell in the sky with a radius of 1 kilometer. General Lich formed a group to protect Mu Xianxian. General Lich has a strong physique and can heal himself, making him an excellent meat shield. Skill, Undead Lightning Wing. Accompanied by a flash of lightning, a pair of wings woven from white bones appeared behind Lin Moyu. There is still electricity flashing on the wings. In the next second, Lin Moyu's wings vibrated and he rushed straight into the sky against the fire and rain. All 27,000 skeletons of the undead army also soared into the sky along with Lin Moyu. There are no wings growing on the back of the skeletons. The lightning wings of the undead act on them through a special connection, giving them the ability to fly. Amidst the fire and rain, the undead army soared into the sky, and the scene was very spectacular. Ancient Luan Bird seems to be still remembered in Lin Moyu. The moment he saw Lin Moyu, he uttered a sharp cry, his wings vibrated more violently, and the flames became denser. Haven't seen you for a long time. Lin Moyu spoke softly, and a detection technique popped up. Ancient Luan Bird, Lord Level Boss. Level, 67. Power, 300000. Agility, 150000. Spirit, 200000. Physique, 150000. Skills, Flame Jet, Flame Explosion. Characteristics, Fire Elemental Damage Immunity, Elemental damage reduced by 60%, physical damage reduced by 60%, fangs in the mouth ignore defense. Up to 800,000 attributes, telling its strength. The flames hit the skeletons and exploded one after another. Some skeletons were knocked into the air by the huge impact, but in the blink of an eye they stabilized their figures and continued to rush over. On the skeleton body, white light flickered, and the injury just received was healed in an instant. In the past, just this fireball attack could kill many skeletons. But now, it is only able to injure, and the injury is not too serious. The undead army broke through the fireball like a bamboo, and rushed to the front of Ancient Luan. Ancient Luan Bird, the whole body is covered by black flames, and it will suffer damage as long as it gets close. Under Lin Moyu's order, the skeletal berserkers ignored the damage from the black fire and the raging flames burning on their bodies, and jumped on it one after another, chopping it off with their axes. Lin Moyu pointed at the same time. Skill, Curse of Aging. The war broke out completely at this moment. The Scarlet Curse is in stark contrast to the black fire of Ancient Luan Bird. A small scarlet sword with a shackle appeared on top of Ancient Luan Bird. The speed of Ancient Luan Bird suddenly slowed down. Even if it is stronger than it, it is also affected by the curse. But Lin Moyu noticed that in the raging black fire, the curse was breaking down rapidly. As if it had been so before, its black flames had the power to extinguish curses. However, the curse is only the beginning. While the curse was in effect, the skeleton archmage and skeleton marksman were already in place, attacking one after another. They formed a circle around Ancient Yuan Bird. Some are high and some are low, some are far and some are near. From all angles, they surround Ancient Yuan in all directions. At the same time, it is scattered enough to prevent the group attack skills of the Yuanling Yuan. Violent explosions exploded on Ancient Yuan Bird, and the marksman's sharp arrow turned it into a hedgehog in the blink of an eye. The curse plays a powerful role, so that the attacks of the skeleton archmage and the marksman can break the defense of the Ancient Yuan. Elemental liches appeared one after another, and halos of light appeared at the feet of the skeletons at the same time. This time, except for the flaming lich and the bright lich, all other elemental liches appeared. The halo of ice stopped the black fire on Ancient Yuan Niao's body, and its body was covered with a layer of ice. However, it lasted less than half a second before being burned by the black fire. But the effect of the halo continues all the time. The ice layer keeps appearing and being burned continuously. The storm halo brings the skeletons faster speed, and the earth halo greatly improves the defense of the skeletons. Dense lightnings fell in the sky, tens of thousands of lightnings landed on Ancient Yuan Bird, causing it to scream. It vibrated its wings and spewed fierce flames from its mouth, covering a large area of the sky. Ability, Flame Thrust. The skeletons burst into flames and burned blazingly. But the skeletons did not retreat an inch, still sticking to it. There was a roar, and a large number of fireballs appeared in the air, and then exploded. Skill, Flame Explosion. Ancient Yuan Bird, exercising two skills at the same time, but it still has nothing to do with the undead army. The flame that once cost Lin Moyu a lot, now does no more damage to the skeletons. Lin Moyu's strength has improved too much compared to before. The undead army can even kill the weakened Demon King head-on, and the mere 67-level Lord-level boss seems to be not enough. It seems that the thing to be careful about is its talent. Lin Moyu felt it. At present, Ancient Yuan Bird is no longer a problem. Only its talent needs to be careful. Lin Moyu now understands why the detection technique cannot find the Nirvana skill of Ancient Yuan Bird. That is not a skill at all, but the talent of Ancient Yuan Bird. That's why the detection technique didn't detect it. There is no suspense in the battle ahead. Ancient Yuan Bird is constantly displaying its skills. The sky and the ground are densely covered with flames. Within a kilometer radius, it has become a sea of flames. But no matter how it struggled and resisted, the result was of no avail. Skeleton berserkers had already covered its body, and the axes were chopping off one after another with a red light. Under the stormy attack of the skeletons, in just 1 minute, Ancient Yuan was seriously injured. Lin Moyu didn't use the bone prison, not yet. He is waiting for Ancient Yuan Bird to use its talent. Sure enough, another 10 seconds passed. All the flames disappeared and gathered at the same time, and the terrifying Ning Huang swept out. A huge fireball appeared in the sky, a black fireball with a diameter of more than a kilometer. The fireball was burning blazingly, and the temperature was extremely hot. The skeleton berserkers who had pounced on Ancient Yuan Niao were blown away one after another. Ancient Yuan Bird's Nirvana talent activates. The fireball stayed in the air for a few seconds before falling towards the ground. I don't know if it was intentional or a coincidence, but the direction happened to be where Mu Xianxian was. Lin Moyu's face changed slightly, and he flew down immediately, grabbed Mu Xianxian and flew into the distance. At the same time, all members of the undead army also flew high, away from the ground. Amidst the roar, a mushroom cloud rose from the ground. Violent shock waves rushed out in all directions, and the skeletons who were not far enough away were sent flying one after another. Lin Moyu was more than 2,000 meters away from the explosion at this time, but he was still under severe impact. The bone armor shone brightly, blocking all attacks. From the movement of the skeleton armor, Lin Moyu could tell how strong the explosion was. Nirvana talent can not only regenerate Ancient Luan Bird, but also has the ability to die with the enemy. Fortunately, Lin Moyu had seen it once and was well prepared. Maybe the undead army can hold on, but Mu Xianxian will surely die. The bone armor, which is equivalent to 300,000 physical defense power, can't stop this blow. After the explosion, a huge crater with a diameter of more than 1 kilometer appeared on the ground. A raging flame is burning. Ancient Luan Bird, Lord Level Boss. Level, 67. Status, Nirvana Rebirth, currently in an invincible state. Detect returned the same answer as last time. Now he can only wait until his Nirvana Rebirth is over. Mu Xianxian's voice came from next to my ear. Can you let me go first? When Mu Xianxian spoke, a warm breath sprayed on her face, making her face itchy. Only then did Lin Moyu realize that he was hugging her now, and Mu Xianxian could only hug herself in order to prevent herself from falling. Mu Xianxian was tall, only half a head shorter than herself. In this posture, Mu Xianxian's mouth was very close to her. At this time, Mu Xianxian's pretty face was flushed. Her ears were hot, and her body felt a little weak. Lin Moyu, the straight man of steel, didn't feel anything unusual, so he landed on the ground and put Mu Xianxian down. Then he said, "Get ready for the collection technique, I will call you later, and you will do it. I didn't tell you to go, so don't move." Mu Xianxian lowered her head and hummed as an answer. At this time, she was extremely shy. It was the first time she was hugged by a member of the opposite sex in such a big way. But it's strange, I didn't find it annoying at all, but secretly pleased. Lin Moyu let the Lich General surround Mu Xianxian again, and then flew high, staring at Ancient Luan Bird, without blinking. The flames burned and scorched the earth, which lasted for a full 5 minutes. Then all the flames focused towards the center of the big pit, and a powerful aura rose from the center of the big pit. Lin Moyu frowned slightly, and seemed stronger than before. Is Nirvana not only reborn, but also stronger? With a flick of the finger, the detection technique flew out. Ancient Luan Bird, Lord Level Boss. Level, 68. Strength, 330000. Agility, 170000. Spirit, 200000. Physique, 200000. Skills, Flame Jet, Flame Explosion, Black Fire Sea. Characteristics, Fire Elemental Damage Immunity, Elemental Damage reduced by 70%, Physical Damage reduced by 70%. Sure enough, it has become stronger. Lin Moyu's feeling is right, it has indeed become stronger. Changed from level 67 to level 68. The total attribute has increased by a full 100,000, and one more skill has been added. Both elemental immunity and physical immunity have been enhanced, and the attribute of fangs ignoring defense is missing. It can be judged from this that its flame attack will be more powerful, and it will no longer bite. But just now, it seems that he has not bit the skeleton. With its size, the skeleton is too small. But even if it is level 68, Lin Moyu doesn't care, just kill it. Ancient Luan Bird, Nirvana ended and became stronger. Before he could let out a scream, his body was suddenly covered with fine bones. The huge body froze there, unable to move. Ability, Bone Prison. Lin Moyu intends to make a quick decision this time. The skeletons rushed up again, and the skeleton Sky Mage and Sharpshooter began to attack one after another. Lightning fell in the air, bombarding continuously. Under the shackles of the prison of bones, Ancient Luan Niao has no power to fight back, and can only be beaten passively. "Girl, come and set off the fireworks." Hearing Lin Moyu's cry, Mu Xianxian let out an "oh" and ran over quickly. Facing the terrifying black flame, Mu Xianqi plunged into it without any hesitation. She trusted Lin Moyu too much, since Lin Moyu said to let her go, there must be no danger. The black flames continued to burn, and the bone armor shone to help her block the flames. Lin Moyu stood in the air, constantly replenishing the skeleton armor for Mu Xianxian. Without any delay, Mu Xianxian quickly ran to the side of the restrained, ancient Luan bird, and released a gorgeous firework. Then he quickly ran out of the flames and shouted to Lin Moyu, "Fireworks are set off." Lin Moyu smiled slightly, and suddenly his face changed drastically. He rushed down, picked up Mu Xianxian's head and flew towards the sky without looking back. Before flying far, another mushroom cloud rose. Shockwaves visible to the naked eye hit the sky and covered the sky with black flames. Lin Moyu moved Mu Xianxian to his chest, and used his back to face the shockwave. The distance is too close, and the shockwave this time is obviously stronger than last time. The skeleton armor shattered, and the huge force pushed Lin Moyu to fly out. The damage transfer is launched in time, and all damage is borne by the undead army. Fortunately, Lin Moyu's physique is quite strong now, plus 50% fire elemental immunity. There are also elemental resistance skills, as well as comprehensive augmentation skills. Lin Moyu's damage has been greatly weakened. The damage that the undead army needs to share for Lin Moyu is not particularly huge. General Lich was also sent flying by the violent shock wave, and his skills kept stopping halfway. This wave of explosions came too easily, almost covering the entire undead army. If there is no comprehensive connection talent, the skeleton archmage and skeleton marksman will definitely die. Only the skeleton berserkers survive. Now that almost all the skeletons are badly injured, General Lich is busy. Lin Moyu flew back with Mu Xianxian. At this time, he was terrified. Just a little bit ago, his army of undead was about to be wiped out. What happened just now? It must have exploded. He sensed the gathering of terrifying energy just now, and reacted immediately. If it was just 1 second at night, Mu Xianxian could really prepare to be resurrected. The original kilometer pit became even bigger. At least over 2,000 meters in diameter. The depth is more than 100 meters. The flames in the pit were raging, more intense than before. Lin Moyu saw ancient Luan bird in the flames. To be precise, it was an ancient Luan bird egg. The detection technique flew out. Ancient Luan bird, Lord level boss. Level 68. Status: in the second Nirvana rebirth, currently in an invincible state. Lin Moyu was about to curse in his heart. This was simply cheating. How can there be such a thing as the second Nirvana? It's simply too disgusting. There will be a second time, and will there be a third and fourth time? Then it will become stronger. Lin Moyu felt a headache. Mu Xianxian seemed a little frightened this time. She shrank her body slightly. How could she return? She also saw through the detection technique that the current situation seemed a bit complicated. With her head in her head, she didn't know what to do for a while. Lin Moyu thought about it for a while. Try again, back away a bit, follow the way we came here, and back out at least 5 kilometers. Mu Xianxian hummed and quickly walked away. She knew that not only could she not be of much help here, but on the contrary, she would become a pressure. If she is here, Lin Moyu can let go more easily. Lin Moyu stared at the ancient Luan bird that had turned into an egg, and the aura coming out of it became stronger and stronger. It should be out soon. With a heart move, the undead army quickly dispersed. Only 1,000 of the skeleton berserkers remained, and the remaining 8,000 could not be retrieved. Lin Moyu ordered them to move away quickly. Ancient Luan bird is big in size, but 1,000 skeleton berserkers are enough to surround it inside and out for 3 times. The other 8,000 are used to bear the damage. The skeleton archmage and marksman are also more spread out. The advantage of doing this is that the possibility of group destruction is greatly reduced. The disadvantage is that the number of lightning attacks in the Thunder Halo is greatly reduced. There is only such a choice between the two. Most of the undead army was covered by the explosion just now. If the explosion was more powerful, General Lich's healing would be a little slower, and the group might really be wiped out. If you have suffered a loss once, you will never want to suffer a second time. Everything's ready. Click. A crisp sound sounded. There are cracks in the eggshell, and it is about to break out. Lin Moyu stared at it tightly. The moment it broke out of the shell was the moment to start. A few seconds later, with a shake of the eggshell, a gap appeared on the eggshell. Immediately afterwards, a pitch-black flame shot out from the eggshell. The sky and the earth faded, and the day turned into night. All light is swallowed by black flames. Terrible rain of fire fell, crackling and hitting the ground. The earth instantly turned into a sea of flames. I'll go. Lin Moyu couldn't help but let out a low cry. Is this still a level 68 monster? The ones above level 70 are not so scary. It's not that Lin Moyu has never fought against level 70 monsters, and he has killed many dragon warriors over level 70. But how can the dragon warrior be as terrifying as that ancient Luan bird, who has been Nirvana for the second time in front of him? Lin Moyu felt that this pitch-black fire was enough to burn the dragon warrior to death. A thought could not help but arise in my heart: what the hell is this core area? Especially the boss in front of me, it's too abnormal. The rain of fire continued to fall, and the earth had turned into a sea of flames. The shaking of the eggshell became more and more intense, and finally exploded with a roar. Along with the explosion of the eggshell, there was a sea of flames and a loud scream. The black flames rushed towards the mountains, but Lin Moyu remained unmoved. He had firmly locked on the ancient Luan that flew out of the eggshell. The moment ancient Luan bird rushed out of the eggshell, Lin Moyu's skills had already been thrown. Letting the skeleton armor be burnt to pieces in the black sea of flames, Lin Moyu didn't care about it, and shot at ancient Luan. Offense is the best defense. Skill, Bone Prison. Ancient Luan bird was once again bound by dense white bones. But this time it wasn't affected by the paralyzing effect, it just froze for a moment and then began to struggle desperately. A large number of cracks suddenly appeared in the bones of the body. The red light was shining, and the curse fell. Then came the attack of the skeletons. The thunder and lightning halo was activated first, and thunder and lightning struck down in the air. The elemental explosion fell on him, and a sharp arrow hit him. Lin Moyu pointed out with his right hand, skill, Poison Starburst. A little green light appeared in the black flame, and the poisonous starburst can effectively prevent it from recovering. The fire light in the left hand danced, and the soul flame fell on the head. Lin Moyu personally joined the battle group, except that the Strengthening Soldiers skill has not yet been used. At this moment, Lin Moyu is going all out. The soul flame brought severe pain to ancient Luan, it screamed and struggled more violently. The skeleton berserkers pounced on ancient Luan Niao again. Regardless of life and death, fearless of pain, they allowed the flames to burn and chopped them up with an axe. With the radiance of skills, the axe shattered the ancient Luan bird's defense. Blood splattered and broken feathers fell. The elemental explosion rumbled, and the newly born ancient Luan Niao was hit hard again. It's not that it's not strong enough, it can only be said that the undead army is stronger, and Lin Moyu's methods are even more desperate. The strength of the struggle became weaker, and the screams also became quieter. It should be close this time. Lin Moyu stood in the sea of flames with cold eyes. Suddenly, the sea of flames began to rush towards ancient Luan Niao. In a blink of an eye, the world returned to normal, and all the flames entered the body of ancient Luan bird. Again. Lin Moyu was creepy. Don't even want to turn around and run away. At the same time, all the skeletons spread out and moved away as fast as possible. Just after flying 1,000 meters away, there was a loud noise, followed by a more terrifying mushroom cloud rising up. The shock wave shattered the bone armor and landed heavily on it. Cracks appeared on the skeletons one after another. This time the attacks were stronger and more terrifying than the previous two attacks. Lin Moyu has black lines all over his head. Fortunately, He withdrew 8,000 skeleton berserkers to a distant place and used them as wounded human shields. Otherwise, the undead army will definitely be wiped out this time. The third time, the so-called thing is only 3. I don't believe you have a fourth, fifth time. After the explosion was over, Lin Moyu flew back with Yuan. The diameter of the pothole is even larger, reaching 3,000 meters. The depth exceeds 200 meters. The sea of fire was boiling. Lin Moyu rushed into the sea of fire regardless. I saw an egg again, which belonged to Ancient Luan Bird. Ancient Luan Bird, Lord Level Boss. Level, 69. Status, in the final rebirth of Nirvana, currently in an invincible state. The level has been raised again. Final Nirvana. Lin Moyu got the news, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. It's the last time. Just as he was calling back the undead army, he was about to kill Ancient Luan Niao in one fell swoop. Suddenly, there was a twist in the sky, and a giant claw appeared. The giant claws plunged into the pit with a diameter, and grabbed the Ancient Luan Bird's egg from Nirvana. If you want to cut off the barbarian, there is no way. Lin Moyu certainly doesn't let the cooked duck fly. He has been killed for 3 rounds, and he has been bombed 3 times, how could he let it go? Skill, Bone Prison. White bones grew out of the giant claws, and there was a slight pause, and then the prison of bones collapsed. Elemental explosions and sharp arrows landed on the giant claws, without any effect. A skeleton berserker rushed up, but was knocked away by the giant claws. The skeleton berserker disintegrated in midair and died on the spot. Just being hit once, it disintegrated and died. His own talents did not play any role at all. The owner of this giant claw is too terrifying. Lin Moyu looked at the shape of the giant claw, and suddenly thought of something. He immediately ordered all the skeletons to stop. Just like this, I watched it take away the Ancient Luan Bird's egg. Lin Moyu wasn't depressed, but he couldn't figure it out. It actually meddled. Why? It is so high above, how could it interfere with such a small matter? The flames gradually extinguished, leaving behind a large pit with a depth of more than 200 meters and a diameter of more than 3,000 meters. Mu Xianxian ran back and shouted excitedly, "How about it, did you kill it?" Lin Moyu shook his head. Whether it was killed or not is actually very simple, you can tell if you have gained experience. No need to ask at all. Lin Moyu thought about the reason, but couldn't figure it out. It's only time to ask. Seeing that Lin Moyu had a sullen face and guessed the answer, Mu Xianxian didn't ask any more questions. She came to the edge of the big pit and looked down. The big crater burned by the flames is smoother than a mirror. At the bottom of the big pit, there are still some flames, but they are not black. It is a reddish-purple flame. It's not a black flame, which means it has nothing to do with Ancient Luan Bird. Huh? There's something in the fire. Mu Xianxian's eyesight was very good, and there seemed to be something in the flame. Lin Moyu looked into the pit, and he could see more clearly from a high position. The flames are red, and the purple ones are not flames, but things inside. It looks a bit like some kind of crystal, flickering in a flame, very beautiful. Lin Moyu flew down, wearing bone armor, and rushed into the flames at the bottom of the pit. Only then did Lin Moyu understand that the flames they saw through the earth were not fake, but real flames. There is indeed a sea of fire under the earth. This is the world of fire, and there are raging flames everywhere. The flame temperature is very high, and the damage is not small. The black fire of Ancient Luan Bird is worthy. Lin Moyu stood in the flames, replenishing the bone armor from time to time. It wouldn't last long if it was replaced by other professionals with more than 60 levels. I don't know how many years the Sea of Flames has been burning. Could it be that the Ancient Luan Bird was conceived in the Sea of Fire? But what is the source of this Sea of Flames? Lin Moyu thought in his heart, his eyes searched in the Sea of Fire, and quickly found the purple light spot. This is a crystal-like thing, presenting a prismatic shape. Lin Moyu held it in his hands, and could feel the scorching breath and scorching energy in it. Detect falls on it. Solidified Vulcan blood essence, legendary material, a substance solidified by Vulcan blood essence after thousands of years of burning. Lin Moyu showed a look of surprise. He didn't expect that this thing turned out to be the solidified Vulcan blood. The whole body of the gods is full of treasures. Whether it is blood essence or bones, both have extremely high value. A drop of beast spirit blood almost made Ning Tairan sell his granddaughter. The value of this piece of solidified Vulcan blood, a legendary material, is estimated to be not much lower. Holding the solidified Vulcan blood, Lin Moyu left the Sea of Fire world, and looked towards the direction where ancient Luan Niao fell down for the first time in Nirvana just now. It seems that it didn't just find a place to Nirvana, but specifically find a place with Vulcan's spirit and blood to Nirvana. It should know that Vulcan's blood is useful to it, so it deliberately smashed a big hole here, smashing through the surface. Its Nirvana upgrade, is it also related to Vulcan's essence and blood? Under the Sea of Fire, will there be more spirit and blood of Vulcan? Lin Moyu thought for a moment, then turned to Mu Xianxian and said, "You wait here for me, don't go anywhere." "Oh." Mu Xianxian responded obediently, promising not to go anywhere. Lin Moyu left the undead army to protect her, and entered the underground Sea of Fire again alone. The ancient battlefield has the characteristics of self-healing, and it is estimated that this pothole will be repaired in a short time. "I want to go back before the restoration is over." Lin Moyu asked the undead army to watch the potholes and would notify him of any changes. He began to travel quickly through the world of Sea of Fire, looking for the solidified Vulcan spirit and blood. Legendary grade materials are rare, so if you encounter them, you can't let them go. Vulcan's blood will appear in a special purple color after solidification. It's dazzling and beautiful, and it's not hard to find. At this time, Lin Moyu had a guess in his mind whether the Sea of Fire here was caused by Vulcan. Did something happen that year? The Vulcan's blood spilled into the sky and landed here. Did Vulcan fall, or was he asleep? Gods are not easy to die. In historical records, many gods seem to be dead, but in fact they are just sleeping. As long as the time is right, they will wake up. Lin Moyu soon found another piece of solidified Vulcan blood. It is a circle smaller than the previous one, but it also contains a huge amount of fiery energy. Lin Moyu can feel that this is the essence of the fire element. Vulcan was originally the god in charge of fire, possessing the supreme authority of the fire element. Its blood essence naturally contained a huge fire element. The Sea of Fire is located under the surface of the earth, and it is extremely huge. Lin Moyu galloped among them with the wings of the lightning undead, but he didn't dare to stay away. In case the exit disappears, he will be trapped inside. He tried the hardness of the surface, and it was very solid. Whether it is yourself or the undead army, it can't be smashed. Half an hour later, the skeleton guarding the exit sent back a message. Exports have changed. Lin Moyu returned at full speed without hesitation. The ancient battlefield is repairing itself, and the holes that were smashed out are gradually disappearing. Lin Moyu flew back at the fastest speed, and rushed out of the flames with a ball of sparks. In half an hour, 10 solidified Vulcan blood essences were found. Although the size is different, each piece is a legendary material. Legendary materials are very rare and valuable. After a while, the entrance to the Sea of Flames disappeared completely. Like a pair of invisible giant hands caressing the earth. Huge potholes are also gradually recovering. It won't take many days to fully recover. Mu Xianxian asked in a low voice, "What was that just now?" Lin Moyu generously threw a piece to her, motioning her to see for herself. Mu Xianxian took it, and suddenly exclaimed, "It's so hot." After checking, her eyes widened. It turned out to be the blood of Vulcan. Lin Moyu asked, curiously, "Do you know about the spirit and blood of Miashen?" Mu Xianxian shook her head, "I don't know." "Then you are so surprised." Lin Moyu felt even more strange. Mu Xianxian's reaction seemed unusual. Sister Yiyu once mentioned that the things of the gods are very magical and precious. Mu Xianxian was extremely honest. When Lin Moyu thought about it, it was not surprising that Jialan Yiyu would know. After all, she is the eldest lady of the Jialan Guild, and the Jialan Guild is one of the best guilds in the Xinxia Empire and has existed for many years. It is quite normal to know something about the gods. Mu Xianxian looked at it for a while, then returned it to Lin Moyu. 0. Although it is a legendary material, in Mu Xianxian's eyes, it is no different from ordinary materials. She has no desire to want at all. Lin Moyu held the solidified Vulcan blood in his hand, and his heart moved slightly. Can you use it to summon the elemental lich? Now that you think of it, try it. Skill, summon elemental lich. Boom. The flames shot straight into the sky like pillars. It pierced through the sky in an instant, turning the surroundings into a sea of flames. Mu Xianxian let out an exclamation and took a few steps back in fright. Even Lin Moyu himself was taken aback. The moment the flame rushed out, he felt the breath of a god-level powerhouse. It is different from the god-level powerhouses in the human race, and it is also different from the breath of the devil, but Lin Moyu is very sure that it is the breath of the same level as the god-level powerhouse. Moreover, the pillar of fire rising into the sky is very similar to the picture seen when the skill was awakened that day. There was a burst of excitement in my heart. Maybe I summoned a god-level elemental lich. A lich half the height of a human walked out of the flames. It was still cute, but even more powerful. The breath on it is very unstable. The god-level breath gathers and disperses on it, ups and downs. And gradually there are signs of becoming chaotic, and the huge fire element begins to get out of control. Oops, it's going to explode. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and he immediately ordered it to stay away and fly into the distance. The flame lich flew towards the distance at the fastest speed, and when it flew about 10 kilometers away, there was a loud noise in the air. A huge fireball appeared in the sky. It exploded. The power of the explosion is very powerful, even more terrifying than the explosion of Ancient Luan Bird when it was in Nirvana. It's strange, how could it explode? Lin Moyu was puzzled. Then a flaming lich flew out of the exploding fireball and flew back in front of Lin Moyu. It looks exactly the same as the one he summoned with flame crystals. After checking, even the attribute aura is exactly the same size. Lin Moyu was thinking about this question all the way. The reason finally concluded is that the skill level is not enough. The grade of materials used is too high-end, not just as simple as legendary grade materials. The solidified Vulcan blood has the power of a god. His own skill level can't be covered. Level 50 skills may only use platinum level materials. Legendary materials can be used only after level 70. But Lin Moyu thought of another way. You can use the solidified Vulcan blood to summon the flame lich, and then let it perform a self-destruct attack on the enemy. The attack containing the power of the gods is extremely powerful. This can also make up for the shortcomings of his lack of explosive power to a certain extent. What are you thinking? Mu Xianxian saw that Lin Moyu hadn't spoken for a long time. Although his expression didn't change much, he could still see some information from Lin Moyu's eyes. Nothing. Lin Moyu didn't answer her directly. Seeing this, Mu Xianxian didn't ask any further questions. She is simple-minded and well-behaved. She doesn't ask questions that shouldn't be asked. Lin Moyu didn't hide anything, and she didn't understand some things when she said them out. When using skills, some subtle feelings brought about, only he, the client, can know. Combined with the final result, we can get the answer through the analysis of stripping cocoons. The experience of using each skill is different. The vast majority of professionals, the understanding of skills is still in the stage of use. Just use it, don't think too much about it. This is not only true for senior professionals, but also for some even top professionals. There are not many who can really feel and understand the details of skills. Lin Moyu is now at the stage of knowing what it is, and wanting to know why it is. It is not enough to know how to use it, but also to understand its root cause. Unknowingly, Moyu is walking on a broader road. The two walked for another 2 days, covering thousands of kilometers. The ground under his feet has changed again, it is no longer transparent, and there is no longer a flame burning. Lin Moyu knew that they had left the territory of ancient Luan bird. During these 2 days, they did not encounter any monsters. Ancient Luan bird, with its dominance, it does not allow any monsters to exist in its territory. After leaving its territory, another monster appeared in sight. The moment he saw the monster, Lin Moyu stopped. The undead army did not launch an attack directly, but watched from afar. Mu Xianxian asked, strangely, near? Lin Moyu didn't speak, but the whole person entered the state of preparation. Seeing this, Mu Xianxian couldn't help becoming nervous. The monster in front looked like a tiger or a deer, with thick fur and a long tail on its body. Mu Xianxian asked, is this monster very powerful? Desolate beast. The corner of Lin Moyu's mouth moved slightly, and he spit out 2 words. The monster in front was exactly the same as the desolate beast he had seen in the wasteland. Why do wild beasts appear in the ancient battlefield? After observing for a while, Lin Moyu finally found some abnormalities. Although the two are 90% similar in appearance, there are still differences in subtleties. At that time, when he was changing jobs, he only saw him a few times in a hurry. There is a special ferocity in the desolate beast, but the monster in front of him obviously does not. Mu Xianxian tilted her head, is the desolate beast very powerful? She had never heard of desolate beasts, and she didn't even know the existence of desolate land. Simply speaking, the desolate beast is not very powerful, but difficult to deal with. The characteristic of only hurting and not dying makes them almost invincible. The truly formidable one is the king of desolate beasts, even by Yuan's level, should be shunned. Is it just because they look alike? Lin Moyu talked to himself and flicked his fingers. Battlefield beast, boss monster. Level, 68. Power, 150000. Agility, 150000. Spirit, 50,000. Physique, 150000. Skill, flash impact. Characteristics, rapid recovery, vitality enhancement. The moment Lin Moyu saw the attributes, he was determined. The first is to be able to check the attributes, which means that the opponent is not a real wild beast. Real desolate beasts cannot see their attributes. Its name is Battlefield Desolate Beast, so it must have something to do with Desolate Beast. What is the specific relationship? Lin Moyu couldn't figure it out for a while. But as long as it wasn't a real desolate beast, even if it was a level 68 boss, Lin Moyu didn't take it seriously. The detection technique alarmed Battlefield Wild Beast, and it was already rushing towards Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu gave an order at the same time, and the undead army went up to meet them. Amidst the roar, the elemental explosion exploded on the wild beasts on the battlefield. Hundreds of skeleton masters shot at the same time, and it was injured almost in the blink of an eye. Its defense is obviously not as good as ancient Luan bird. Lin Moyu pointed a finger, and the curse of aging fell. Battlefield beast, the speed suddenly slowed down. The wild animal on the battlefield glows slightly, and the skill is activated. The figure flickered several times and disappeared in an instant. After 0.1 seconds, he appeared in front of the skeleton archmage and slammed into the skeleton archmage heavily. Immediately, several skeleton masters were knocked into the air. Ability, Flash Impact. Lin Moyu could feel that this blow was powerful. If it is not for the comprehensive connection talent, the skeleton master may be killed in seconds. Anyway, it is also a level 68 boss, not made of mud. It keeps displaying its skills and disappears like a ghost. The elemental explosion of the skeleton archmage couldn't accurately lock it, and it kept blowing up in the air. The skeleton berserker couldn't do anything with it, and couldn't even catch up with it. Only the soul lock of the skeleton sharpshooter can be firmly tracked, and the arrow can never be missed. Curses can slow down its movements, but not its skills. It always uses skills. At this time, its characteristics are fully revealed. As a boss, coupled with the enhancement of vitality, it has a vitality comparable to that of a Lord-level boss. Extremely fast recovery is even more so. He was obviously injured just now, but he recovered in the blink of an eye. What surprised Lin Moyu the most was that its flash impact skill has no cooldown at all, and it seems that it can be used indefinitely. This also causes it to become elusive, and no one knows where it will appear in the next second. It's really a strange monster. Lin Moyu calmly locked the beast on the battlefield through the sharpshooter. Skill, Bone Prison. Battlefield Wild Beast suddenly revealed its figure, and its body was covered with fine bones. The white bones interweave into a net, trapping it firmly. In the next second, the elemental explosion once again radiated brilliant light on it. Mu Xianxian waved the flag and shouted, "I can't move now." The skeleton berserkers also arrived, bursting out their skills one after another. The skills of the skeleton berserker are the most powerful, causing huge damage to Battlefield Beast. But its recovery ability is too strong. After being injured, it will not take a while to fully recover. A little green light exploded. The poisonous starburst dyed the wild beasts of the battlefield green. The characteristics of poisonous skills curb the rapid recovery characteristics of Battlefield Wild Beast. Skills are limited, recovery characteristics are limited. Battlefield Wild Beast has no power to resist. Mu Xianxian took the opportunity to run over and set off a ball of fireworks. Lin Moyu also released more skeletons to join the attack. Only a minute later, Battlefield Wild Beast crashed to the ground. Kill wild beasts on the battlefield, experience, plus 2070000. Obtain the Wild Beast Dagger. Obtain the Bone of the Wild Beast. Obtain the Wild Beast Dagger through the collection technique. Obtain the Bone of the Wild Beast through the collection technique. Desolate Beast Short Knife, for assassins only, platinum level weapon. All attributes, plus 3,500, assassin skills 4.5 increase by 100%. Additional skills, Flash. Flash, you can teleport within a range of 10 meters, you can use it 10 times in a row, and then fall into a cooldown, and the cooldown time is 5 minutes. Desolate Beast Bone, platinum grade material, has recovery properties, and can be used to create weapons and equipment. The Desolate Beast Short Knife obtained through the collection technique still does not have any attached skills. However, in Lin Moyu's eyes, this Desolate Beast Dagger was a top-notch weapon. It has the top attribute bonus and skill bonus among platinum-level weapons, and it also comes with a practical and powerful skill. The Flash skill can make the assassin more elusive, and can also be used to avoid damage, giving full play to the flexibility of the assassin. Lin Moyu now has a good understanding of the characteristics of the assassin profession, and knows how good this weapon is. The Bone of the Desolate Beast can also be regarded as a very powerful platinum-level material. Lin Moyu held the Bone of the Wild Beast. Can this thing be used to recruit elemental liches? Try. The thought could no longer be contained. A cloud of off-white light shone in his hand, and it became stronger and stronger. Lin Moyu showed joy. It's really possible. Lin Moyu is also just trying. To summon an elemental lich, what is needed is a material that contains elemental attributes. Simply looking at the properties of the Bone of the Wild Beast, it doesn't say what elements it contains. However, it has the property of self-healing, and Lin Moyu intuitively thinks whether this is an alternative element. There are tens of thousands of elements in the world, not just elements like fire, wind, and light. In addition to some common elements, there are many unheard of elements, rare elements. With the mentality of trying and not losing money, I used the skill of summoning the element, Lich. The light of the skill slowly lit up. The quota for the 6 elemental liches is full. If you want to summon a new elemental lich, you must replace one of them. Lin Moyu thought about it and decided to replace the bright lich. At present, it seems that the light lich has the least effect, and can only play a role when facing the abyssal demon. Moreover, the number of bright crystals is relatively large, and there are still 3 pieces on him. Even if you need the bright lich in the future, you can call it back at any time. The grey light is getting brighter and brighter. This kind of light is the first time Lin Moyu has seen. It is very strange. There is no harsh feeling, even if it is brighter, it is still very soft. A grey-white elemental lich jumped out of it. Platinum elemental lich. Level, 50. Power, 90,000. Agility, 90,000. Physique, 90,000. Skill, Immortal Halo. Aura of Immortality. All members of the undead army will not die when they receive a fatal blow for the first time, and the aura will restore 50% of their vitality. Halo cooling time, 24 hours. Lin Moyu looked at the halo attribute, feeling a little shocked. With the existence of this halo, his own undead army will become stronger. Even if the explosive attack of Ancient Luan Bird caused a devastating blow to the undead army could still live well. In this way, security is greatly enhanced. As long as the undead army does not die, then he will not die either. Unless you encounter the kind of existence that ignores your natural skills. Otherwise, he is safe. This time the lich replacement was very correct. The undead lich was used to replace the light lich that was temporarily unusable, and it made a lot of money. Through this time, Lin Moyu also confirmed his guess. The so-called elemental materials are not only wind, fire, and light, but also some special elemental materials. If you encounter this kind of material in the future, you can also try it. For 8 full days, the two traveled a long distance of 10,000 kilometers. Killed a large number of monsters along the way, meet a lot of boss. It's a pity that I never met Battlefield Wild Beast again. Otherwise, Lin Moyu could have a few more bones of wild beasts. The two are getting closer and closer to the center. You can already see beams of light ascending, converging and spreading in the air, turning into strips of light, flying to the distance, covering the entire ancient battlefield. Where the beam of light is located is Lin Moyu's target, the center of the positive space. The earth changed again. It is no longer smooth, full of cracks, and the black stones on the ground are lifted up, making it difficult to move through potholes. Lin Moyu had a strange feeling when he stepped on it, as if these were not gravel. Let the skeleton berserker try to use his skills to slash to the ground. The earth was completely intact, and it was terribly hard. Lin Moyu looked into the distance and stopped. I'll go up and have a look. He flew into the air, and saw this kind of black gravel densely extending into the distance, and he couldn't see the end. The land was silent, without a single monster. The colorful lights in the sky fell down, and all of them were absorbed by the earth. The whole land was scorched black as if it had been burned by the flames of war. The more Lin Moyu looked at it, the more strange it became. There seems to be some kind of pattern in the lifting of these gravels. He flew higher, his expression gradually dignified. These gravels are like the scales on the body of some kind of creature. After waiting for Lin Moyu to come back, Mu Xianxian couldn't help asking, "What's wrong?" Lin Moyu whispered, "I can't tell, I just feel something is wrong." Mu Xianxian didn't have the feeling of Lin Moyu, but felt that the road became difficult and she would trip over if she was not careful, and might fall into a crack. But Lin Moyu said something was wrong, there must be some problems, but he couldn't see it. "Be careful." Lin Moyu scattered the undead army around, always on guard. The pitch-black land seemed to have no end, and the two of them walked like this for a whole day without reaching the end. They have been heading in the direction of the beam of light, and there is no wrong direction. But no matter how you go, it seems that you will never come to the end. The beam of light didn't seem to change at all, it was still so far away. Now, Lin Moyu can only choose to move on. Suddenly a gust of wind blew over, and the wind came very strangely, which made Lin Moyu feel creepy. There are a lot of light spots falling in the air, which melt into the wind, blowing past Lin Moyu and Lin Xianxian. The two disappeared instantly. After a few seconds of teleportation, Lin Moyu found himself in a colorful world. At this time, beams of light shot straight into the sky everywhere. The colorful lights meet in the sky here. Center. Lin Moyu knew he had come to the center of the core area. As for how it came, you don't have to think about it to know the answer. Can bring myself here silently, apart from it, there will be no second person. Mu Xianxian fell beside her, seemingly unconscious. It must have been written by it too. This was the second time Mu Xianxian was stunned by it. Lin Moyu was not surprised. It seems unwilling to let too many people know of its existence. In other words, it may feel that not many people are qualified to talk to it. Its various behaviors and words are full of arrogance. Lin Moyu looked up and saw it. Its body is too big, just lying on the ground is like a hill. Lin Moyu estimated that if it stood up, it would be over 100 meters tall, or even larger. A pair of huge wings landed on the ground. The diameter is difficult to estimate. It looked listless, and lazily raised its eyelids to look at Lin Moyu. You finally came, why did it take so long? A huge voice rang in my ear. Lin Moyu whispered, it's okay, it hasn't been long. Although it is very powerful, Lin Moyu is neither humble nor overbearing. It continued, your leveling up is too slow. It took you so long to reach level 50. Delayed by some things. Lin Moyu said truthfully. Although the level is a bit poor, the combat power is not bad. It continued, Xiao Hei, come out. Accompanied by a sharp cry, a bird covered in flames flew out from under it. Lin Moyu narrowed his eyes slightly, and it really was Ancient Luan. And only it has the ability to forcibly rescue 833, Ancient Luan bird, from its own hands. Ancient Luan bird screamed at Lin Moyu, black fire bursting out of his body. Xianxian has a grudge against Lin Moyu, who almost killed him. Xiao Hei, shut up. After it said something, Ancient Luan bird immediately closed its mouth and became quiet. Lin Moyu looked at it, is this your pet? Its voice is still lazy, almost, I sense that you have something I need. Lin Moyu immediately guessed what it said, and did not expect that everything he put in the storage space could be sensed. This giant dragon is really scary. Lin Moyu took out the box given to him by Yishan, and took out the small beads from the box. The moment it saw the bead, it suddenly became energetic. Jiangyi asked you to bring this? Lin Moyu saw joy in its eyes. Yes, the fork god asked me to bring it. The god of righteousness said that he did what he did for you, and I hope you can keep your promise. Shocking laughter erupted from the giant dragon's mouth, causing the beam of light to twist and deform. The surrounding earth rumbled, breaking and shattering one after another. Lin Moyu was slightly shocked. He had thought that it was very, very strong, but he didn't have a specific concept. Now there is finally a little bit, the solid ground that I can't hit a mark with all my strength, actually collapsed in its laughter. It can be seen from this, that even if it is his own undead army, the other party only needs to laugh twice, and it can be destroyed directly. This kind of existence is too terrifying. After laughing for a while, the giant dragon opened its mouth and sucked the beads, and it swallowed the beads immediately, and then it said in a deep voice, this king will naturally keep his promise. Lin Moyu didn't even know what the deal between Jiang Yi and it was. Anyway, I have delivered the things according to Jiang Yi's request. The rest is none of your own business, and with the strength of the other party, you can't control it even if you want to. Whether it will really keep its promise depends on its conscience. Swallowing the bead into its belly, the way it looked at Lin Moyu changed slightly. You are entitled to know my name now. Lin Moyu understood, flicked his fingers lightly, and the detection technique rolled up the breeze. Earth Dragon Antares, Big World Boss. Level, 100. Strength? Agility? Spirit? Constitution? Characteristic? Except for name and rank, all other information are question marks. Lin Moyu was completely shocked. Earth Dragon Antares, a world-class boss, is unheard of. It has surpassed all the knowledge he currently has. The level is as high as 100. At this moment Lin Moyu even doubted whether this level was deliberately displayed. Antares was very satisfied with Lin Moyu's current appearance, and laughed again. Is it shocking? You should feel honored that there are not many people who know my name. Indeed, at least in the historical records of the human race, there has never been such a name. The ancient battlefield has existed for an unknown number of years. This also shows that Antares has existed for countless years. Being able to have such a long lifespan is an incredible existence in itself. Even the god-level powerhouses of the human race have long been buried in the long river of time. But the other party can always exist. Its power is beyond the bounds. Antares laughed enough, turned to look at Lin Moyu. Little guy, I'm going to make a deal with you next. There are not many people who are qualified to make deals with me. Your human race has been counted on your fingers for thousands of years. Trust me, make a deal with me, you won't regret it. Lin Moyu asked, what deal, tell me. Antares said, in the lower space of the ancient battlefield, there is a place called Burial Thunder Canyon. I want you to go there and bring back something from it. Accompanied by its words, thousands of stars fell from the sky, weaving a vivid picture in the sky. The picture shows the topography of the Dragon Burying Canyon and its location in the lower space. In the deepest part of Buried Thunder Canyon, there is a huge crystal. Judging from the picture, the crystal is at least 10 meters high, and it is integrated with the canyon. Antares said, you go to the Burial Dragon Canyon, find this crystal, then drop it on the crystal, and bring back the contents of the crystal. As he spoke, a drop of bright red dragon blood flew out from Antares' fingertips and landed in Lin Moyu's hand. The dragon's blood is about the size of a fist, and it is in a semi-solidified state. It will not dissipate at all, nor will it be broken. It also doesn't need any container to hold it, and it can be directly stored in the storage space. Lin Moyu knew that this matter would not be easy, at least not as easy as Antares said. Why don't you go by yourself? In Lin Moyu's concept, with the strength of Antares, it shouldn't be too difficult to go to Burial Thunder Canyon. Antares snorted softly, I have a reason not to go. Lin Moyu didn't ask why, but said, but I'm only level 50, and I need at least level 70 to go to the lower space, you may still have to wait. Antares shook his head, don't worry, just don't forget when you can go. But remember, it's best not to exceed level 80 when you are buried in Thunder Canyon, otherwise it may be a bit troublesome. Lin Moyu asked, is it dangerous inside? Antares whispered, naturally there is some danger, but for you, it should be fine. Should. This word is too difficult to grasp. Lin Moyu felt a little hairy when he heard it, and didn't quite believe what it said. Antares continued, do you accept this deal? Lin Moyu shrugged, what will happen if I refuse? Antares spoke bluntly, if you refuse, I will send you away and erase this memory of yours. And you will never even think about stepping here again in your life. It also glanced at Mu Xianxian without a trace. When is a ship? Lin Moyu thought in his heart, he understood what Antares said. If you don't refuse, then you will be driven out of here. Erase memory, Lin Moyu has no doubt that Antares can do it. As for Mu Xianxian, don't even think about leaving. The meaning of Antares' glance was very clear. Lin Moyu said again, aren't you afraid that I won't go after I promise? Antares smiled, and seemed very happy, when you know the conditions I gave, you will definitely go. My transaction is an exchange of equal value, absolutely fair and just. Seeing its confident appearance, Lin Moyu said, all right then, I agree to this deal. No promise, unless he wanted to kill Mu Xianxian. After hearing that Lin Moyu agreed, Antares smiled very happily. Very good, then next, I will talk about the benefits for you. I will give you a set of equipment, legendary equipment. Hearing this, Lin Moyu shook his head suddenly, I don't want it. Antares froze for a moment, I heard you right, you said you don't want it? This is legendary equipment, and there are not many pieces of legendary equipment in your human race. Lin Moyu said, I have a special profession, and any equipment is useless to me. Antares stared at Lin Moyu with long eyes. Lin Moyu's undead monarch profession can't hide it at all. Undead monarch, I have never seen this profession before. It is a new profession for your human race. It's a damn job to reject equipment. Let me think about what else I can give you. Antares was cursing. It has never seen any profession that would reject equipment. After thinking for a while, it spoke again. You are now level 50, I can give you a portion of the heart meat of the bloodthirsty python, and I can eat it for you, and increase all attributes by 20,000. You should know what it means to increase the basic attribute by 20,000. In the future, every time you level up, your attributes will increase a little more than others. When you turn 3, the probability of career advancement will also increase. When Antares said this, he was full of confidence. It believed that no human professional could refuse this temptation. Of course, a caring heart is not enough. After you complete the transaction, I can still. Speaking here, I saw Lin Moyu shaking his head again. What's wrong? It asked suspiciously. Lin Moyu said bluntly, I ate it during the second turn. Antares leaned over, sniffed Lin Moyu, and then said slowly, I really ate it, you smell like a bloodthirsty python. What about the bloodthirsty python brain? Lin Moyu said, my teacher will come for my country. Your teacher? A god-level powerhouse of the human race. The bloodthirsty python is not easy to deal with. Your teacher may not be able to get it. Antares seemed to have the last hope. Lin Moyu said, I have 3 teachers, all of whom are god-level. You have seen one of them, and you said he is too weak. Antares already knew who Lin Moyu was talking about as soon as he turned his head, and said in a deep voice, indeed, he is still somewhat qualified. If San Zhao's Hao has his strength, there is indeed a chance to kill him. Drop the bloodthirsty python. Let me think again, what can I give you? For human professionals, equipment is very important, and every professional is constantly pursuing good equipment. So Antares threw out the bait of equipment from the very beginning. It believes that no one can refuse the temptation of a complete set of legendary equipment, but I met such a freak as Lin Moyu. If the equipment is not enough, then change the basic attributes. Equipment is not as strong as oneself, and it can enhance one's own basic attributes, which is also the dream of every professional. However, Lin Moyu is also not lacking. This time Antares was in trouble. Since it was a transaction, he had to come up with an item of equivalent value. Elemental Godstone? The third turn can increase the probability of professional sublimation. Lin Moyu took out the divine elemental stone, I have it. What is the shape of the talent Godstone? Lin Moyu took out the talent stone, I have it too. Antares said several things in succession, either Lin Moyu was not lacking, or he didn't need it. It was depressed, lying lazily on the ground, looking even more listless. Tell me, what do you lack? Antares really couldn't think of anything good to trade. Lin Moyu said, I have a few questions, can you answer me? Of course, this can also be regarded as part of the transaction. Lin Moyu thought for a while, and made his request. Anything that is not lacking is worthless. The more lacking something, the higher the value. In a desert where people are dying of thirst, water is worth more than gold. Lin Moyu is like this now, what he doesn't lack is of little value to him. Since Antares said that it wanted an equivalent exchange, and it couldn't offer anything, Lin Moyu naturally made his request without being polite. He had many questions in his mind, and perhaps he could get answers from Antares. Antares raised his eyelids, a little lost in interest. You ask? Lin Moyu asked, can the desolate beasts in the desolate land be killed? How? Antares seemed to be aroused by Lin Moyu's question, have you ever been to Desolation? Lin Moyu nodded, that's where I did my second turn. Antares laughed, your teacher is really courageous, aren't they afraid of meeting the king of wild beasts? Lin Moyu said, it did happen. Antares' voice became low, it seems that you are lucky, and you can come back alive after meeting the king of wild beasts. Naturally, there are ways to kill wild beasts, and it's not difficult. As long as the strength reaches the level of gods and the purity is enough, it can kill 460 dead beasts. Lin Moyu shook his head and said, but my teacher is already level 95, he can only fight back wild beasts, and it's hard to even injure them. Huh. A bunch of trash even at level 99. I've already answered this question, next one. Lin Moyu has already memorized the answer. The answer is pure enough. He thought of Yan Quanxing's last injury to the desolate beast. It was Li Huang who used his murderous aura. Now Yan Quanxing has realized something again, it seems to improve the purity of murderous aura. Both should be the same concept. Lin Moyu continued to ask, I have a skill here that can use elemental materials to summon an elemental lich. But the elemental lich I summon with legendary materials will explode. Regarding this question, Lin Moyu had some guesses in his mind. But it's better to confirm, he is not sure whether his guess is correct. Antares was more interested at this time. Oh? There is such a thing, show me. Lin Moyu immediately took out a piece of solidified Vulcan blood. There was a scream overhead, the scream laced with anger. Ancient Luan Bird grinned at Lin Moyu, as if saying that this thing belongs to him. Antares took a look at Ancient Luan Niao. Xiao Hei, please be quiet, there are plenty of these things underground. Hearing what Antares said, Ancient Luan Bird reluctantly fell silent, but its eyes were still full of displeasure. Lin Moyu cast his skills, the flame soared into the sky, and the god-level breath permeated. A flame lich, with a god-level aura appeared beside him. The flames on a flaming lich are powerful and chaotic, and quickly turn violent. Even if Lin Moyu lets it run far away, it will explode immediately. Before taking 2 steps, Antares raised his paw lightly. A giant claw fell in the air, grabbing the flame lich in its hand. Boom! A few seconds later, the flaming lich blew itself up in Antares' claws. But the energy of self-explosion did not overflow at all, and Antares didn't even change his eyes. With such a little self-explosive energy, it is not even qualified to tickle it. Lin Moyu once again saw its power, beyond imagination. After the self-explosion, a flaming lich that had recovered to platinum rank flew back. The flame lich's self-destruction is not suicide, but to vent out the uncontrollable energy. Antares whispered, the power is not bad, barely reaching level 90, according to your human race, it is the level of false gods. Lin Moyu also felt that it was almost at this level. He looked at Antares, hoping for an affirmative answer. Antares continued, the reason for the self-explosion is because the skill level is too low and the material level is too high. This is why legendary weapons can only be used after completing 3 turns at level 70. With its answer, Lin Moyu was assured. As long as he reaches level 70, he can summon a flame lich with god-level power. At that time, he will be qualified to confront some weaker demon kings head-on. But now, if you can have enough solidified fire spirit blood, you can go to the bone prison. Even if it can only be controlled for half a second, it seems that it is not impossible to fight. A bold idea came to Lin Moyu's mind. Antares continued to ask, any more questions? Lin Moyu immediately said, can the rotting corpse poison in the rotting corpse world be resolved? Antares' eyes showed surprise again, you even know about the corpse world? It found that the little guy in front of him had too much experience, even some god-level powerhouses. Lin Moyu said, I went there once and almost died in it. Antares was shocked, you actually went there? It leaned over and took a deep breath beside Lin Moyu, and then stared at Lin Moyu. No, you have not only been there, but you have also been to the secret realm of life. You have the breath of rotting corpses, and the breath of life and divine power. Let me think. Its gaze seems to be able to see through Lin Moyu's spiritual world, and it has a slight doubt whether it has obtained the creation scepter. Lin Moyu knew that he couldn't hide it, and never thought of hiding it from the time he mentioned the rotting corpse world. With a flash of white light, the creation scepter appeared in his hand. When Antares saw the scepter of creation, he burst out with shocking laughter, it's so funny, let a bunch of you trash fight to the death, and fight for the position of the god of life. In the end, one failed, and all of them died inside. They deserved it. Lin Moyu looked at Antares laughing, and sure enough, he knew everything about that year. And from its words, it can be heard that even the scepter of creation, the god of life, it is extremely disdainful. Lin Moyu couldn't help but make a bold guess. The creation scepter can help a god-level powerhouse become a super god-level baby, and even this is not looked down upon. What kind of existence is that super god level in the eyes of Antares? Could it be that it is not as wrong as super god? Antares laughed enough, and then continued, I can answer this question for you. The rotting corpse poison has no cure. Once poisoned, even a god-level powerhouse will die. And the stronger the poisoned person, the stronger the toxicity of the rotting corpse poison. That taboo skill is enough to kill all existences below the super god level. Lin Moyu didn't expect Antares to say such an answer. Is the rotting corpse poison really unsolvable? But General Lich clearly diffused the rotting corpse poison. As long as the level of Lich General rises, it is estimated that even the god-level rotting corpse poison can be resolved. Is it because I am special, or because the undead skeletons are special? Lin Moyu thought in his heart. He didn't say that his Lich General could dissolve the rotting corpse poison. Lin Moyu also understood that Antares is not omniscient. There are also things it doesn't know. Antares said, you are lucky to come back from the corpse world alive. Since you are so lucky, I will let you ask more questions. Lin Moyu said, can the dead be resurrected? Able. Antares answered very affirmatively this time, can't you? I can feel that you have planted a soul imprint, and your soul is connected to a certain place. Before your god level, as long as your soul is immortal, you can die. Then the soul will return there and be resurrected. Lin Moyu caught the point of the words, what about after the god level? It's also possible. Antares continued, after the god level, the soul returns to itself, and the mark disappears automatically. It will be very troublesome to resurrect after death, but it is not impossible. Just like that Jiang Yi, he just wants to be resurrected. It's a pity, his level is too high, level 98, half a step super god. Hee, only the deity in the whole world has the ability to revive him. Lin Moyu finally understood that the original deal between Jiang Yi and Antares was for resurrection. It was precisely because of this glimmer of hope that Jiang Yi retained his own soul and survived till now. However, there is nothing wrong with Jiang Yi's resurrection. From then on, the human race can be half a step super god again, which is a good thing for the human race. Lin Moyu took a deep breath and asked another question, how can one become a super god? Lin Moyu knew very well that it was impossible for Antares to answer his too many questions. But he had many questions in mind, so he could only pick some key ones to ask. Antares stared at Lin Moyu again, you are only level 50, and the super god is still far away from you. Think clearly, if I answer your question, I won't answer your other questions. Lin Moyu saw disdain in its long eyes. He was really ambitious, but he didn't ask this question for himself. Lin Moyu insisted, just this question, please answer me. Antares said, since you insist so much, I'll tell you. It's actually not that difficult to become a super god. First, you need to reach level 98. Both levels 98 and 99 are called half-step super gods. When you reach level 99, there are 3 ways to become a super god. Lin Moyu was slightly startled, there were actually 3 ways. In this way, the road to becoming a super god is not narrow. Antares noticed Lin Moyu's expression and showed a playful smile. The first one is the easiest, go to level 99 first, and understand everything that needs to be understood to the limit. Use some top-level materials, plus a formation. If you follow the FA, you can become a super god. The second is that after reaching level 99, you will have the opportunity to become a super god with the help of some mythical items. You should understand why you have to grab the scepter of creation, right? The third type is also the most difficult one. When you reach level 98 or 99, you can also comprehend all the comprehension to the limit. Then one of the attributes exceeds 10 million, and you can become a super god. Lin Moyu asked, is there any difference between the three super gods? Antares chuckled, your question is over, I don't need to answer you anymore. Lin Moyu shook his head, you have lived for a long time, you should have a big belly, don't worry about it. Flattering? In order to know the answer, Lin Moyu's face thickened at this time. Antares seems to be a little bit helpful, for the sake of your sincerity, I will reluctantly tell you. Of the three super gods, those who use their own attributes to break through are the strongest, those who use treasure fusion are second, and those who use formation breakers are the weakest. Lin Moyu totally understands. Completely relying on one's own attributes to make a breakthrough, needless to say, is naturally the strongest. But it's also the hardest. Tens of millions of attributes, and it is not a basic attribute of equipment. What kind of concept is this? It's not that the total attributes exceed 10 million, but one of the attributes exceeds 10 million. His own attribute is considered extremely strong, but the highest spiritual attribute is only 200,000. The distance is still 50 times worse, which is very far away. It is really very difficult. The second is to add the power of mythical treasures to one's own power. The two forces merged into one and became a super god. It's a little weaker than relying entirely on itself. After all, part of it depends on foreign objects. As for the weak ones, they rely entirely on formations to break through. That's not to mention. Rely entirely on external force, not the weakest, but what else? Antares said, now I understand, I have already paid the reward, and it is up to you to fulfill the promise. Lin Moyu shook his head, don't worry, I haven't finished my conditions yet. Antares stared, what did you say? Lin Moyu thickened his skin again, you don't think that if I go to such a dangerous place to help you fetch things, a few questions are enough to pay for it. Lin Moyu wasn't afraid when he said this. He had already thought about it when he asked the question. Antares narrowed his eyes, little guy, don't be too greedy. I have seen too many greedy people die unexpectedly. There was already a threatening taste in the words. Lin Moyu didn't care, you said it yourself, equal value exchange, fair trade. Even if you don't agree, wait for me to finish the conditions. And if you really want to kill me, it's just a matter of blowing your breath. At this moment, Lin Moyu not only became thick-skinned, but also seemed to be eloquent. If someone who knew Lin Moyu was here, he would be very surprised. A person who usually can't make a sound for a long time can be so eloquent. Lin Moyu is just unwilling to speak, not unable to speak. Antares is really not afraid of what Lin Moyu will do. Speak, my deity, listen. Lin Moyu said, these questions just now are used as a deposit. After I bring things back from Buried Thunder Canyon, I hope to get some materials. A legendary attribute material similar to solidified Vulcan blood. I know that there are many such materials in this land, and it is not difficult for you to obtain them. Lin Moyu's request is extremely measured. He judged that materials such as the solidified Vulcan spirit and blood were abundant in the underground of the core area. It is naturally difficult to obtain with his ability, but for Antares, it is a piece of cake. And these things are buried here, and they are basically unknown things. Antares only needs to bring them, and there is almost no loss. Therefore, Lin Moyu felt that Antares could accept it. That's it? Antares' reaction was as expected. These things are useless to Antares at all, and they never thought they could be used as trading items. What it doesn't want is a good treasure, for Lin Moyu. Yes, that's it. Lin Moyu said affirmatively. Antares laughed loudly, okay, as long as you can get what the deity needs, the deity can not only give you these materials, but also give you another good thing. Since this is the case, then the deal between us has been concluded. When you go to the lower space, go to Burial Thunder Canyon to get things for the deity. Lin Moyu said, since that's the case, then it's settled. When I go to the lower space, I'll go to Burial Thunder Canyon. Lin Moyu breathed a sigh of relief. The deal is reached, as for when to go, there is no rush. Antares continued, the deity will send you away now. The wind suddenly picked up. Lin Moyu suddenly saw a hint of amusement in Antares' giant eyes. There was a feeling of hair in my heart. It's not right. Antares' eyes made him feel something was wrong, but it was too late. The strong wind carried shining light spots, enveloping Lin Moyu and Mu Xianxian. The two disappeared in an instant and were taken away by the blast teleportation. Humph, if you dare to make a deal with me, is it really easy to fool you like the deity? Fight with the deity, boy, you are still young. Antares snorted, lay down again, and slowly closed his eyes. There was a teasing smile in his eyes, as if he had done something very fun. In a dimly lit space, Lin Moyu looked at the sky. There was light in the sky, but it was dim. Points of light are constantly falling from the sky, bringing light to the world. There are many strange plants growing on the earth, which look like flowers but not flowers, and grass but not grass. The leaves are large enough to wrap around Lin Moyu. There are clear lines on the leaves, and the lines are shining, illuminating the surroundings. Plant lights are a little brighter than dots of light in the sky. And behind the leaves is a dwarf tree. Branches stretched out like vines, covered with similarly large leaves. Lin Moyu was standing on one of the leaves at this time, and Mu Xianxian was lying beside him. Yizi was very tough, bearing the weight of him and Mu Xianxian. This is not the upper space. This is where. After a minute-long teleportation just now, Lin Moyu felt a little uneasy when he thought of Antares' eyes before the teleportation. At this time Antares' voice sounded beside his ears, "Stinky boy, you are the first one who dares to fool me in thousands of years. This is the lower space of the ancient battlefield. Since you have arrived here, then fulfill your promise and go to the Burial Thunder Canyon." Lin Moyu froze for a moment. He realized that he had said the wrong thing just now. It should be said that he was induced by Antares. What Antares said was that when he went to the lower space, he would go to Burial Thunder Canyon. I didn't pay attention for a while and agreed. Unexpectedly, Antares seized this point and sent himself directly to the lower space. The two sides did not agree on a time, only on a location. Now that I have reached the lower space, I need to fulfill my promise. At this time a small scale suddenly appeared in front of Lin Moyu, and Lin Moyu recognized it at a glance. It was a scale of Antares. The scale can take you out of the lower space, but it can only take one person away. Lin Moyu's eyes were slightly depressed. I was obviously cheated. Antares, this guy, got into a gang because of a thief. Antares, an old dragon who has lived for an unknown number of years. Although the head is a little rusty, it is still very smart. He never relents when he tricks people. But having said that, Lin Moyu also knows that he cheated Antares first, so he can't completely blame it. Holding the scales in his hands, Lin Moyu could of course understand what Antares meant. I can leave the lower space through the scales at any time. But Mu Xianxian didn't want to leave. With Mu Xianxian's ability, her life might be in danger at any time in the lower space. Moreover, the ordinary teleportation items here are useless, and it is not easy to leave. Lin Moyu checked his belongings. Sure enough, the teleportation stone given by Meng Anwen has expired. The teleportation stone Meng Anwen gave is a platinum-level item, which allows him to return directly to the upper space, as well as the dungeon in the upper space, and the secret realm. But Meng Anwen never thought that he would enter the lower space. Although the upper and lower floors belong to the ancient battlefield, the distance between them is actually very far. The teleportation stone given by Meng Anwen lost its effect. But the corner of Lin Moyu's mouth is microfield, and the abyss teleportation stone can still be used. He can go directly to the abyss world from here, and he can also leave the lower space. Lin Moyu thought about it and took the abyss teleportation stone back. Going to the abyss world is too dangerous. Last time I was lucky. If you are unlucky, you will be sent directly to a certain devil king, or to the king city of the devil king. There is no doubt that he will die. In comparison, it is much safer here. It seems that now we can only go to Burial Thunder Canyon to complete the deal with Antares. Lin Moyu believes that since Antares wants to make a deal with him, there must be someone behind him. As long as he can get the corresponding things, Antares can get himself back. With a weak groan, Mu Xianxian finally woke up. She rubbed her eyes, wondering, strange, how did I fall asleep? She didn't know that she had lost consciousness, and it had to be said that Antares' methods were quite clever. Naturally, Lin Moyu would not mention Antares to her, but gave her the scales in his hand. Mu Xianxian, who had just woken up, instinctively took the scales, looking a little dazed. What is this? Lin Moyu looked around. We have entered the lower space of the ancient battlefield. Ah. Mu Xianxian let out a soft cry, quickly covered her small mouth again, and stared at her big eyes in disbelief. Why, don't you have to be level 70 to enter the lower space? Lin Moyu said, don't worry about the reason, we are already in the lower space now. There may be danger here, the scales on your hands can send you away. Mu Xianxian let out an "oh," and instinctively pinched the scales tightly. This is life-saving. But suddenly she seemed to realize something. What about you? Although Mu Xianxian was simple, she was not stupid. Lin Moyu said, of course I do too. I just want to tell you that if you are in danger, run as soon as possible. I may not be able to take care of you. Mu Xianxian said, I understand. She also knew that if she stayed, not only would she not be able to help Lin Moyu, but she might also become a burden to Lin Moyu. She told herself that if there was any danger, she would run away as soon as possible, and she would never cause trouble to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu looked around and checked his surroundings. They come, the security. Having agreed to Antares' deal, he came to the lower space at the same time. No matter what the reason is, he must go to Berry Thunder Canyon now. Of course, Lin Moyu is not the kind who would risk his life for a trade. If it is really dangerous, he will definitely activate the Abyss Teleportation Stone immediately. Let's go. Lin Moyu jumped off the leaves. The leaves shook slightly a few times, bringing a breeze. The breeze blew into the distance and brought other leaves along. For a while, a large number of leaves shook and made a rustling sound. Mu Xianxian also jumped off the leaves, and let out a soft cry as soon as she landed. What's wrong? Lin Moyu asked. Mu Xianxian said in a low voice, I seem to have stepped on something. Lin Moyu looked down, and there was nothing under Mu Xianxian's feet. But behind her feet, there seemed to be a long trail. It seems to be traces left by vines. Judging from this, what Mu Nyonyo stepped on just now should be a tree vine. After the tree vine was stepped on, it shrank back, leaving drag marks. Lin Moyu suddenly felt that something was wrong. Does this vine have life? At this time, the huge leaves were still trembling more and more violently, and the sound became heavier and heavier. The rustling sound became harsh, and the lines of light on the leaves also appeared and disappeared. The surrounding space became flickering, and the atmosphere suddenly became strange. Mu Xianxian felt frightened, her face turned pale. Nothing will happen. At this time a black shadow struck silently. The black shadow was very fast, there was no sound of breaking the wind, and Mu Xianxian felt nothing at all. Lin Moyu sensed it, stepped past Mu Xianxian, and pointed his fingers towards the shadow. Ability, Bone Fangs. White light illuminates the surroundings. The fangs of the skeleton collided with the shadow. The number of sharp bone fangs reached 3,000, and most of the short distance bursts fell on the black shadow. The black shadow immediately shrank back. With the white light of the fangs of the skeleton, Lin Moyu saw clearly that it was the vine. Moreover, the vine was so strong that the fangs of the skeleton couldn't penetrate it. Mu Xianxian hadn't reacted yet and didn't know what happened. Lin Moyu had just repelled a vine, and in the next second, a large number of black shadows came from all directions. Walk. Without even thinking about it, Lin Moyu unfolded the wings of the lightning undead, hugged Hong Hong and flew into the sky. The black shadow also turned instantly, rolling towards the two of them. At this moment, Mu Xianxian finally saw clearly, there are a lot of vines. Lin Moyu didn't speak, he had already pushed his speed to the limit. 600 meters per second, very fast. But the speed of the tree vine is faster, and it is about to catch up. Lin Moyu pointed his finger, and the red light fell. Skill, Curse of Aging. With a loud buzzing sound, the speed of the tree vines suddenly slowed down. Lin Moyu saw red lights flashing densely on the ground. The Aging Curse skill has reached level 50, and the curse range of the skill itself is 20 meters. After talent level 60 increase, the range directly reaches 12,000 meters. Within a range of 12,000 meters, countless small red swords with shackles appeared. The ground is full of dwarf trees with huge leaves, and countless tree vines drilled out from the ground. For a time the mud flew. It looks like there are countless thunder snakes flying and crawling on the ground. Lin Moyu felt cold for a moment, and he realized that he had stabbed a hornet's nest. His extremely sharp mind made him feel a lot of malice. Mu Xianxian's face was pale with lingering fear. It's so scary, why are there so many? Should be gregarious. Plant-type monsters are not uncommon, but there are so many of them, they are rare. Lin Moyu threw the detection technique and quickly got the opponent's information. Giant leaf dwarf tree. Level, 72. Strength, 300,000. Agility, 100000. Spirit, 80,000. Physique, 300000. Skills, Vine Whipping, Entanglement, Giant Leaf Cutting. Characteristics, Wood element immunity is 50%, physical damage is reduced by 30%, fire element damage is increased by 34.2%, vitality is strengthened. The moment Lin Moyu saw the attributes, Lin Moyu was speechless for a while. Level 72 monsters have a total attribute of 780,000. This is not a boss, just an ordinary monster. He knew that his feelings were not wrong. The substantial increase in attributes starting from level 60 was just a transitional period of adaptation. After level 70, the attribute is the real jump. This is true not only for monsters, but also for human professionals, and even for abyssal demons and dragons. Both level 40 and level 70 are a qualitative leap. Once a human professional turns 3 times, the attribute is almost doubled compared to level 69. So level 69 is only an advanced professional, while level 70 can be called a top professional. Super high attributes, plus 3 skills, a large list of characteristics. There is also a huge number that cannot be seen at a glance. For any level 70 professional, this area can be called a Jedi. But for Lin Moyu smiled. Feng Shui treasure. In Lin Moyu's eyes, these endless dwarf trees with huge leaves and monsters of plants are experience. The vines were still dancing, and Lin Moyu led Mu Xianxian to stand hundreds of meters above the sky, beyond the attack distance of the vines. However, this distance is still within the attack range of the skeleton archmage and skeleton marksman. Level 50 skeleton archmage and skeleton marksman have an attack range of more than 2,000 meters. Even if you can't see the opponent, as long as you are locked by them from a long distance, you can attack, especially for the skeleton sharpshooter. Once the soul is locked, there will be no arrows to miss. A large number of skeleton archmages and sharpshooters appeared, pouring firepower downward. The explosion of elements brings out brilliant light and illuminates the darkness. The vines were blown off and the leaves fell off one after another. All the dwarf trees with giant leaves rioted at this moment. At the same time, the giant leaves emitted dazzling light, separated from the branches, and flew into the sky. Ability, Giant Leaf Cutting. The edge of the giant leaf has serrated teeth, which looks extremely sharp. They rotate rapidly in the air, making the sound of sawtooth rubbing against the air, which is very ear-piercing. There are too many giant leaves, covering the sky and the sun. Lin Moyu flew in the air flexibly and dodged with the lightning undead wings. But there is always something that can't be avoided. The giant leaf hits the skeleton armor, making the skeleton armor glisten and creak. Dense cracks appeared on the bone armor. G02's attack power is very powerful. And the bone armor can only withstand 2 blows at most before it breaks. As expected of a level 72 monster, it's really different. With a strength attribute of 300,000, Yi Shu has a super attack power. Its attack power has far surpassed the level 68 battlefield wild beast. It can even compete with the ancient Luan bird before Nirvana. There are too many giant leaves, at least hundreds of thousands. Completely enveloped the skeleton archmage and skeleton marksman. Cause great harm to them. General Lich continued to heal, but he could barely maintain his balance. The attacks of the skeleton archmage and the marksman have not stopped for a moment, but so far, none of the giant leafy trees have been killed. Lin Moyu realized there was a problem. After attacking one after another, even if the giant leaf dwarf tree has a physical attribute of 300,000, even if it is a plant-type monster, it has the characteristic of strengthening vitality. It can't last that long either. After all, it's just an ordinary monster, not a boss. Could it be that it possesses a capability similar to full connectivity? At this moment, Lin Moyu looked into the distance. With the light of the elemental explosion, it saw the giant leafy dwarf trees that were not attacked in the distance, and a large number of their vines were also broken. Even though he was not attacked, Shuli was broken. Lin Moyu affirmed his guess that they do have a talent similar to comprehensive connection. Injuries can be passed on to companions in some way. Let this endless giant-leaved scrub forest share the damage. I didn't expect them to have such a function. The monsters above level 70 are really not ordinary. Then try again. It depends on how fast you share, or I play fast. Lin Moyu's heart skipped a beat. 9,000 skeleton berserkers appeared in the air at the same time, rushing down quickly. The giant leaf that was flying in the air suddenly had a new target, rushing towards the skeleton berserker. Around Lin Moyu, red, blue, gray, white, yellow, and other colors appeared one after another. Flame Lich, Storm Lich, Ice Lich, Earth Lich, Thunder Lich, and Undead Lich jumped out one after another. Suddenly, 6 halos appeared under the skeleton's feet. The flames rose, and flames were ignited on the flying giant leaves. Thunder and lightning crackled down. Thousands of lightning bolts are no longer concentrated at one point. There are too many targets, and the thunder and lightning halos also choose their own targets. The pitch-black space lit up completely, countless fireballs appeared in the sky, and lightning and thunder thundered on the ground. The skeleton berserker landed in the bushes with wind, fire, thunder, and lightning, and chopped it down with a giant axe. The vines were chopped off and the branches were blasted to pieces. The skeleton berserker quickly found the body of the giant leaf dwarf tree, and collectively burst out their skills. Each giant leaf dwarf tree is short and fat. They are surrounded by dozens or hundreds of skeleton warriors, and they have withstood dozens or hundreds of skill bombardments at the same time. As the most explosive skeleton in the undead army, Lin Moyu has never been disappointed. Every time a skill bombards, the damage that bursts out in an instant is equivalent to 2.7 million points of strength. Coupled with the damage increase of the Curse of Aging, the giant-leaved dwarf trees were instantly breached and shattered one after another. The severe damage made it too late for them to be sent to their companions to share. With a bang, a dwarf tree with giant leaves exploded under the bombardment of the skeleton berserkers. Kill the 72-level giant leaf dwarf tree, experience, plus 216,000. Obtain dwarf tree seed. Afterwards, it was reminded one after another that the giant leafy shrubs that were besieged by the skeleton berserkers were not spared. There's a body. Once the body is there, the weapon is there, and the rest is easy to handle. Lin Moyu flew down with Mu Xianxian and quickly entered the skill range. Locking on the corpse, raising his hand slightly, his skills erupted. Skill, Corpse Burst. Corpse Explosion, Level 7, detonate the corpse, causing damage equal to 40% of the corpse's HP to enemies within 7 meters. Corpse Explosion has been upgraded to Level 7, and the skill range reaches 420 meters after the increase. The damage dealt also reached 2,400% of the corpse's health. The giant leaf dwarf tree that was just killed is still very fresh, and its health is still very rich. Amidst the explosion, In Xingshukwa collapsed. The sudden and terrifying damage made the damage-sharing ability of the giant leaf shrub useless. A large number of giant leaf dwarf trees were killed. As soon as the dwarf trees die, their skills are also interrupted. The huge leaves that were flying and cutting in the air also drifted down, and the rain of leaves began to fall in the air. Lin Moyu drove the lightning undead wing, flying all the way. Wherever he flew, the explosion sounded. There are so many dwarf trees with giant leaves that Lin Moyu can't count them. All you can see are trees. Lin Moyu let go of the big fried, special deep fried to his heart's content. Anyway, he doesn't need to consider the consumption of mental power, as long as he blows all the way through. It can be said that there is no artistic skill, and the battle has become a one-sided massacre. Mu Xianxian had already recovered by now. She was hugged by Lin Moyu, her little face was flushed, and she was extremely hot. But she didn't dare to say anything, let alone move, and felt that it was good to just shrink back like this. She could feel the rapid increase of experience, and every explosion could bring a lot of experience. No one could have imagined that the level 72 monster, which was obviously terrifying, would still be so ungrateful in front of Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu is just too good. Mu Xianxian looked up at Lin Moyu cautiously, and saw Lin Moyu's face. How can he be so powerful? Being hugged by him makes me feel safe, and it would be great if I could always be like this. Oh, Mu Xianxian, what are you thinking? Thinking of this, Mu Xian couldn't help closing her eyes, feeling even more shy. Suddenly, the explosion stopped. At the same time, they switched directions. Originally advancing, suddenly began to retreat rapidly. There was a gust of wind whistling beside her ears, and Mu Xianxian could feel it, and Lin Moyu retreated very quickly. What happened? She opened her eyes and couldn't help but let out a soft cry. A huge tree appeared not far away. It is many times larger than the previous giant leaf dwarf tree. It stands upright, at least several hundred meters high, higher and larger than hills. The luxuriant leaves are unbelievable, covering the sky and the sun. It was dark in front of his eyes, and a huge tree vine swung towards him at high speed. The speed is extremely fast. With a bang, the skeleton armor shattered, and Lin Moyu was also sent flying. The terrifying impact made Lin Moyu fly thousands of meters away uncontrollably. Lin Moyu's expression was very solemn at this time. He was still blowing up just now. Suddenly all the giant leafy dwarf trees went underground at the same time. Then the ground twisted for a while, and such a huge giant tree appeared in front of my eyes. His appearance shocked Lin Moyu from the bottom of his heart, and his sense of danger rose involuntarily. So he didn't even think about it, and immediately backed away quickly. Even so, it was a bit pumped. Lin Moyu was horrified by the terrifying power. The attack just now was too powerful. The bone armor, which is equivalent to 300,000 points of physical attributes, is useless. Lin Moyu was at least 3 kilometers away from the opponent at this time, which was just beyond the attack distance of the opponent. Looking at it from a distance, Lin Moyu didn't want to get close before he knew the opponent's strength. Nothing decides detection technique. The moment Lin Moyu saw the attributes, he turned his head and left. Mu Xianxian also took a look at the detection technique. Her little face turned pale with fright. Lin Moyu originally wanted to try to fight, but now he just wants to go as far away as possible. Giant Leaf Mother Tree, World-Class Boss. Level 86. 1500000. Agility 1000000. 1,000,000. Physique 2600000. Skills: Mortal Coil, Giant Leaf Cutting. Characteristics: Wood Element Damage Immunity 70%, Physical Damage Immunity 70%, Greatly Enhanced Vitality, Enhanced Attack Power, Enhanced Defense Power. saw this property and gave a shit. The total attributes reached 6.1 million. Unless the strength soldier skill bursts out, maybe there is still power for a battle. But this is just a possibility, not sure. The giant leaf mother tree gave him the feeling that it was even more powerful than the Flame Demon King back then. At that time, the Flame Demon King entered the dungeon to hunt him down, and his strength was suppressed by the rules. Although he was still strong, Lin Moyu had the confidence to fight against him. Now it has been upgraded to level 50, and its strength is stronger. When Lin Moyu sees the giant leaf mother tree, Lin Moyu's first reaction is to stay away. Lin Moyu trusts his intuition very much. If the original Flame Demon King and the giant leaf mother tree were to fight, the death would definitely be the Flame Demon King. Plant-type monsters have frightening vitality, not to mention the plant-type world boss, whose vitality is strong enough to make people despair. In the blink of an eye, he had already flown thousands of meters away with Manager Mu. There is only a black spot left on the giant leaf mother tree in sight. At this time, he saw a large number of black spots suddenly appear in the sky. The space seemed to be cut open, and countless giant leaves flew over. Skill, giant leaf cutting. Although they are all giant leaves, they are completely different from the ones that were paired by the Venetian leaf just now. This time, the leaves from the giant leaf mother tree came, each with a diameter of more than 10 meters, which is extremely huge. Huge leaves roared towards them, splitting the space. Lin Moyu tried his best to speed up and dodge in the air. There were giant leaves roaring from all directions, and Lin Moyu finally had no way to avoid it. It recruits several skeleton berserkers as human shields. Bang, 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 the berserker skeleton was not knocked into the air by the giant leaf, but was cut open from it and shattered on the spot. However, the giant leaf also changed direction accordingly, brushing past Lin Moyu. The skeleton armor flashed and exploded, scaring Lin Moyu into a cold sweat. The skeleton collapsed and died, and the full connection talent lost its effect again. Lin Moyu was depressed. Why these guys can ignore their talents? The god-level powerhouses in the rotting corpse world can do it, the skills of the Flame Demon King can do it, and now even this level 86 world-class boss can do it. Lin Moyu felt a strange breath at the moment when the skeleton collapsed. The thoughts in my mind were like electricity, and there was a similar aura in the skills of the Flame Demon King. It is its existence that makes one's talent invalid. But now is not the time to think about that. Another giant leaf came flying. Lin Moyu tried his best to dodge it, but if he couldn't dodge it, he could only use the skeleton as a meat shield. He wasn't sure if his damage transfer skill was effective, and if it didn't work, he would die. After flying several thousand meters, it finally threw off the giant leaf. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the ground in front of him vibrated, and the air suddenly went dark. Hundreds of meters of giant leaf mother tree rose from the ground, leaped high, past Lin Moyu in a blink of an eye, and appeared in front of him. This jump has skipped at least 7,000 or 8,000 meters. Is it possible to imagine a tree that can jump like this? Lin Moyu knew that it was impossible not to fight. It's going to be desperate again, and this time it's more dangerous than the last time against the Flame Demon King. It's hard to say whether you can beat a world-class boss at level 86. I let you go, you immediately activate the scales and leave. Lin Moyu's voice was dignified. But before the fight started, Mu Xianxian had to be let go. After a real fight, I definitely can't take care of her. 9 times out of 10 she was going to die. Mu Xianxian also understood very well, nodded and said, "Okay, I'll go right away." The space in front of him was distorted again, and a large number of giant leaves flew over. The giant leaf mother tree activated the giant leaf cutting skill again. Lin Moyu landed quickly, and then Mu Xianxian threw it straight. Go. Mu Xianxian shouted in midair, "Be careful." After speaking, she came out with Antares scales. But she didn't activate it immediately, but looked at the giant leaf mother tree, 1,000 meters away. With firearm eyes, the final decision was made. She gave a coquettish cry, and the strength in her whole body was pushed to the limit at this moment. A beam of light, several times faster than the giant leaf, exploded on the giant leaf mother tree. Lin Moyu witnessed an unprecedented and extremely beautiful firework. Unexpectedly, Mu Xianxian gave giant leaf mother tree a collection technique. Lin Moyu couldn't help but smiled wryly. Do you believe that I can kill it? Giant leaf mother tree, attention instantly focused on Mu Xianxian, and all the giant leaves flew towards her. At this time, Mu Xianxian activated the scales and waved her fist at Lin Moyu. Kill it. In the next breath, she disappeared in an instant. All Xingyi fell to the ground one after another. The ground cracked and boomed. Seeing Mu Xianxian leave the team, Lin Moyu knew she should be safe. Things from Antares should be reliable. Then it's up to me. Lin Moyu took a deep breath and prepared to fight. After losing its target, it let out a hoarse and ugly roar, and focused its attention on Lin Moyu again. A large number of giant leaves whirled and flew over. Lin Moyu blessed himself with bone armor and lightning undead wings. Suddenly saw the information about the upgrade of the lightning undead wing. Lightning wings has been upgraded from level 2 to level 3. The duration has been changed to 30 seconds, and 30 minutes after the increase. Cooldown reduced from 9 minutes to 8 minutes. The flight speed has increased from 600 meters per second to 700 meters. It's time to upgrade. Lin Moyu gave a soft drink and rushed towards the giant leaf mother tree. Now it is 1,000 kilometers away, because it is far away. If the war starts now, these giant leaves alone will be high enough to cause heavy losses. If you want to deal with it, you have to get closer, and let your undead army exert its full combat power. And Lin Moyu already had his own idea in mind at this time. If it can be achieved, maybe there is a chance to kill it. Curse, strong soldier, I only have one chance, 30 seconds. If you can't kill it in 30 seconds, you can only run away. Lin Moyu knows very well that with the attack power of his skeleton, he can only break through the defense of the giant leaf mother tree when the curse and strong soldier are activated at the same time. The time is short, only 30 seconds. Just like killing the Flame Demon King, you have to beat him once and for all. Without Mu Xianxian, Lin Moyu became much more flexible. Shuttle back and forth between the giant leaves, and in a blink of an eye, the distance from the Centifera tree is only 200 meters. This distance is almost enough. At this time, countless vines grew from the giant leaf mother tree. Each vine was more than 1 meter in diameter, and they were drawn over overwhelmingly. Lin Moyu was once drawn by it, and his skeleton armor shattered directly. He knows how powerful this rattan is. With a little finger, the curse of aging is issued. The giant leaf mother tree was affected, and its speed suddenly slowed down. The moment the curse was launched, Lin Moyu unleashed the undead army. All the undead corps were dispatched, and the skeleton mad mage and sharpshooter spread wildly around. They flew into the air one by one, forming a three-dimensional encirclement. The skeleton berserker rushed forward frantically. Thousands of skeleton berserkers fly up, 200 meters away, and arrive in an instant. The giant leaf mother tree was affected by the curse, and the normal attack movement slowed down. But Lin Moyu knew that for an existence like this, the influence of the curse would not be too great, and it definitely had the ability to break through the curse. But Lin Moyu didn't give it a chance. The soul flame in the left hand is beating, and the bone prison in the right hand has been thrown out. The giant leaf mother tree paused, and dense white bones grew from its body. The moment it was restrained, all the vines fell down and lost their movement. Even the giant leaves fell off. Its abilities are interrupted by the bone prison. But in the next second, the prison of bones began to crack. The soul flame descended, and the huge body of the giant leaf mother tree trembled, obviously very anxious. The bone prison lasted for another half a second. The bone prison lasted for 1.5 seconds in total, and interrupted its skills. 1.5 seconds is enough for Lin Moyu to complete the arrangement. At this time, the skeleton berserkers were already in place, and a total of 9,000 skeleton berserkers either surrounded it or climbed on it. The back of the hand glows and heats up. Strong Soldier, the skill is activated suddenly. Among all the skills of Lin Moyu, the strongest skill. It is also a skill that is only used when desperate. Strong Soldiers, within 30 seconds, all basic attributes of self and summoned objects will be increased by 200%, and the damage caused by all attacks will be increased by an additional 500%. 1 hour cooldown. In these 30 seconds, Lin Moyu and his undead army will be full of fighting power. When the enhanced skills are activated, all elemental liches appear at the same time. A series of halos appeared at the feet of the skeletons, and the defense power of the skeletons was enhanced, and their speed became faster. The giant leaf mother tree suddenly burst into flames. A thunderbolt fell overhead. There is also ice on the body. And at the moment when Lin Moyu finished these things, giant leaf mother tree just shattered the bone prison. The bone prison's damage reduction trait also disappears. At the same time, the axes of the skeleton berserkers fell with red light. The elemental explosion and the marksman's sharp arrow also erupted at this moment. Lin Moyu calculated everything to the extreme, accurate to 0.1 second. At this moment, the undead army broke out an astonishing attack power. The last time I did this was when I was dealing with the Flame Demon Lord. This time it was even worse, and the elemental lich was added. At the same time as the undead army launched an attack, Lin Moyu also opened his bow left and right, with the soul flame in his left hand and the poisonous star burst in his right hand. Soul flame interrupts skills, causing severe pain. The highly poisonous starburst poisoned the giant leaf mother tree, curbing its recovery ability. In the first second when the battle really started, Lin Moyu did everything. Giant leaf mother tree let out a scream that shocked the ground and broke out. Who said plants can't call? Now it does. The cry was dull and hoarse, and Lin Moyu felt very uncomfortable hearing it, as if his heart would stop beating. The instant attack directly caused it to be severely injured. In the second, the giant leaf mother tree, which turned green due to poisoning, began to fight back in anger. Countless vines flew out, entangled the skeleton warriors wrapped around it one after another. Ability, Death Coil. The number of vines is terrifying, not only flying out of it, but also the big tree vines rushing out from the ground. The number far exceeds that of the undead army. A large number of giant leaves flew up and flew towards the skeleton archmage and divine archer in the air. That posture was like trying to wipe out Lin Moyu's undead army. It does have the ability to do just that. Whether it is rattan or giant leaves, the number exceeds the undead army. Lin Moyu changed from a group fight to being surrounded almost instantly. A piece of solidified Vulcan blood appeared in Lin Moyu's hand. The skill is activated, and the flames soar into the sky. A flaming lich exuding the breath of a god appeared. As soon as the flame lich appeared, the flames on giant leaf mother tree became even more frightening. This time there was a god-level breath in the flames, and the damage was greater than before. Giant leaf mother tree trembled again. The flaming lich flew to the giant leaf mother tree at an extremely fast speed. The distance of 200 meters is reached in an instant. The flame lich is fast, and the giant leaf mother tree moves faster, and the vines are all out to trap the flame lich. But in less than 0.1 seconds, the lime lich rushed out. The flames on it carried god-level power, far more powerful than the flames brought by the halo. The flaming lich rushed to the giant leaf mother tree and bumped into it head-on. The whole person sticks to the giant leaf mother tree, and at the same time gives it the god-level flame on his body. 2 seconds later, there was a loud bang. The extremely gorgeous explosion completely lit up the space. A huge sun seemed to appear on the earth. The flames spread instantly, rushing towards the earth in all directions, and the land with a radius of several kilometers turned into a sea of flames. All the huge leaves in the air burned and fell in an instant. The vines were also consumed and burned by the flames. All the skeleton berserkers regained their freedom at this moment. Lin Moyu specially selected the largest piece of solidified Vulcan blood, and the elemental lich he summoned was also the strongest. Giant leaf mother tree has turned into a fire tree, burning blazingly on the ground. But Lin Moyu didn't take it lightly, because he didn't receive the kill information at all. The next moment, giant leaf mother tree suddenly moved. It jumped up violently, and its speed was extremely fast, with a jump of tens of thousands of meters. The flame was gradually extinguished while it was jumping, and Lin Moyu saw that it had been burned bare, scorched all over, and looked extremely miserable. Even level 60 bosses have the instinct to escape, not to mention this level 86 world boss. The total time before and after was only 4 seconds. In the first second, he was directly injured by Lin Moyu's calculation, and in the fourth second, the flame lich blew himself up with a nearly god-level attack. After 2 strokes, it almost died, and naturally wanted to escape. The life-saving instinct made it run away quickly, and Lin Moyu also turned around and left, also running away quickly. How can Lin Moyu catch up, let alone fail to catch up? Even if you catch up, 30 seconds must have passed. Without a strong post-state, you are just a dish. The two moved away from each other in opposite directions, and in the blink of an eye they completely lost sight of each other. Lin Moyu does not stop stepping, and keeps flying in the air. At this moment, every second counts. He was worried that giant leaf mother tree would turn around and come back. After all, it is a level 86 world boss, and its recovery ability is quite terrifying. Even with the highly poisonous starburst used in a strong state, Lin Moyu feels that it is impossible to curb its recovery ability for a long time. After flying for several minutes, and flying a distance of hundreds of kilometers, I was slightly relieved. Looking at the ground that had completely changed under his feet, Lin Moyu felt that he should have left the opponent's sphere of influence. I didn't expect to meet a level 86 world boss when I first arrived in the deep world. This kind of good luck is no one else. Lin Moyu once wondered, did Antares do this on purpose? Kill me, what good will it do you? Lin Moyu thought about it in his heart, and felt that Antares' actions might not be too high. Suddenly, Lin Moyu quickly landed down, and then found a rock to hide. He held his breath, and the breath of his whole body was completely restrained. Not long after Lin Moyu landed, a giant python flew past where he was just now. Giant python, a giant python that is more than 100 meters long. It's normal to be able to fly, and many bosses over level 70 can fly. The key is that there is a pair of claws on the abdomen of the giant python, and there seems to be a pair of sharp horns on the top of the head. Lin Moyu was a little stunned when he saw it. Why does this giant python look so much like the Jiao in Chinese mythology? In Chinese mythology, snakes and pythons can transform into dragons if they have achieved success in cultivation. This just looks alike. Among all the skills of Lin Moyu, the strongest skill. It is also a skill that is only used when desperate. Strong soldiers, within 30 seconds, all basic attributes of self and summoned objects will be increased by 200%, and the damage caused by all attacks will be increased by an additional 500%. 1 hour cooldown. In these 30 seconds, Lin Moyu and his undead army will be full of fighting power. When the enhanced skills are activated, all elemental liches appear at the same time. A series of halos appeared at the feet of the skeletons, and the defense power of the skeletons was enhanced, and their speed became faster. The giant leaf mother tree suddenly burst into flames. A thunderbolt fell overhead. There is also ice on the body. And at the moment when Lin Moyu finished these things, giant leaf mother tree just shattered the bone prison. The bone prison's damage reduction trait also disappears. At the same time, the axes of the skeleton berserkers fell with red light. The elemental explosion and the marksman's sharp arrow also erupted at this moment. Lin Moyu calculated everything to the extreme, accurate to 0.1 second. At this moment, the undead army broke out in astonishing attack power. The last time I did this was when I was dealing with the Flame Demon Lord. This time it was even worse, and the elemental lich was added. At the same time as the undead army launched an attack, Lin Moyu also opened his bow left and right, with the soul flame in his left hand and the poisonous star burst in his right hand. Soul flame interrupts skills, causing severe pain. The highly poisonous starburst poisoned the giant leaf mother tree, curbing its recovery ability. In the first second when the battle really started, Lin Moyu did everything. Giant leaf mother tree let out a scream that shocked the ground and broke out. Who said plants can't call? Now it does. The cry was dull and hoarse, and Lin Moyu felt very uncomfortable hearing it, as if his heart would stop beating. The instant attack directly caused it to be severely injured. In the second, the giant leaf mother tree, which turned green due to poisoning, began to fight back in anger. Countless vines flew out, entangled the skeleton warriors wrapped around it one after another. Ability, Death Coil. The number of vines is terrifying, not only flying out of it, but also the big tree vines rushing out from the ground. The number far exceeds that of the undead army. A large number of giant leaves flew up and flew towards the skeleton archmage and divine archer in the air. That posture was like trying to wipe out Lin Moyu's undead army. It does have the ability to do just that. Whether it is rattan or giant leaves, the number exceeds the undead army. Lin Moyu changed from a group fight to being surrounded almost instantly. A piece of solidified Vulcan blood appeared in Lin Moyu's hand. The skill is activated, and the flames soar into the sky. A flaming lich exuding the breath of a god appeared. As soon as the flame lich appeared, the flames on giant leaf mother tree became even more frightening. This time there was a god-level breath in the flames, and the damage was greater than before. Giant leaf mother tree trembled again. The flaming lich flew to the giant leaf mother tree at an extremely fast speed. The distance of 200 meters is reached in an instant. The flame lich is fast, and the giant leaf mother tree moves faster, and the vines are all out to trap the flame lich. But in less than 0.1 seconds, the lime lich rushed out. The flames on it carried god-level power, far more powerful than the flames brought by the halo. The flaming lich rushed to the giant leaf mother tree and bumped into it head-on. The whole person sticks to the giant leaf mother tree, and at the same time gives it the god-level flame on his body. 2 seconds later, there was a loud bang. The extremely gorgeous explosion completely lit up the space. A huge sun seemed to appear on the earth. The flames spread instantly, rushing towards the earth in all directions, and the land with a radius of several kilometers turned into a sea of flames. All the huge leaves in the air burned and fell in an instant. The vines were also consumed and burned by the flames. All the skeleton berserkers regained their freedom at this moment. Lin Moyu specially selected the largest piece of solidified Vulcan blood, and the elemental lich he summoned was also the strongest. Giant leaf mother tree has turned into a fire tree, burning blazingly on the ground. But Lin Moyu didn't take it lightly, because he didn't receive the kill information at all. The next moment, giant leaf mother tree suddenly moved. It jumped up violently, and its speed was extremely fast, with a jump of tens of thousands of meters. The flame was gradually extinguished while it was jumping, and Lin Moyu saw that it had been burned bare, scorched all over, and looked extremely miserable. Even level 60 bosses have the instinct to escape, not to mention this level 86 world boss. The total time before and after was only 4 seconds. In the first second, he was directly injured by Lin Moyu's calculation, and in the fourth second, the flame lich blew himself up with a nearly god-level attack. After 2 strokes, it almost died, and naturally wanted to escape. The life-saving instinct made it run away quickly, and Lin Moyu also turned around and left, also running away quickly. How can Lin Moyu catch up, let alone fail to catch up? Even if you catch up, 30 seconds must have passed. Without a strong post-state, you are just a dish. The two moved away from each other in opposite directions, and in the blink of an eye they completely lost sight of each other. Lin Moyu does not stop stepping, and keeps flying in the air. At this moment, every second counts. He was worried that giant leaf mother tree would turn around and come back. After all, it is a level 86 world boss, and its recovery ability is quite terrifying. Even with the highly poisonous starburst used in a strong state, Lin Moyu feels that it is impossible to curb its recovery ability for a long time. After flying for several minutes, and flying a distance of hundreds of kilometers, I was slightly relieved. Looking at the ground that had completely changed under his feet, Lin Moyu felt that he should have left the opponent's sphere of influence. I didn't expect to meet a level 86 world boss when I first arrived in the deep world. This kind of good luck is no one else. Lin Moyu once wondered, did Antares do this on purpose? Kill me, what good will it do you? Lin Moyu thought about it in his heart, and felt that Antares' actions might not be too high. Suddenly, Lin Moyu quickly landed down, and then found a rock to hide. He held his breath, and the breath of his whole body was completely restrained. Not long after Lin Moyu landed, a giant python flew past where he was just now. Giant python, a giant python that is more than 100 meters long. It's normal to be able to fly, and many bosses over level 70 can fly. The key is that there is a pair of claws on the abdomen of the giant python, and there seems to be a pair of sharp horns on the top of the head. Lin Moyu was a little stunned when he saw it. Why does this giant python look so much like the Jiao in Chinese mythology? In Chinese mythology, snakes and pythons can transform into dragons if they have achieved success in cultivation. This just looks alike. Lin Moyu didn't really understand the lower space. Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan also thought it was too early, so they didn't talk to Lin Moyu about the lower space. The lower space is slightly different from the upper space. The world in the lower space is composed of several continents. Between each continent is either a boundless ocean or an endless void. Getting from one continent to another requires the use of various methods. There are powerful sea monsters in the ocean, and flying monsters in the sky. Some endless voids are forbidden and cannot fly. The environment of the lower space is far worse and more complicated than that of the upper space. According to Meng Anwen's induction, the continent where Lin Moyu is now is called the Wild Continent. This is a paradise for monsters. There are many scary monsters everywhere in the boss. Generally, top professionals with a level of more than 70 will not go at all. Only some top professionals will form a team to take risks, kill bosses, and harvest equipment. Even with Lin Moyu's strength, it would be quite dangerous to fall into it. It was precisely because Bai Yuan was so anxious. The first thing he thought of was going to the deep space, looking for the space-time passage in the deep space, going to the lower space, and then rushing to the wild continent to find Lin Moyu. Meng Anwen looked at Bai Yuan, but didn't do anything. Bai Yuan was anxious, and urged, "Why are you standing there? Arrange the teleportation quickly." Meng Anwen shook his head and sighed softly, "What's the rush? There's no use for you to go. Listen to me, don't go." Bai Yuan stared blankly at Meng Anwen. "Why?" Meng Anwen said, If you care about it, you will be confused. Don't forget what Xiaoyu is doing on the ancient battlefield. It is to find the person who made a deal to deliver things for the God of Righteousness. Then think about it again, why Xiaoyu appeared in the lower space. It must be the one who moved the hand and sent Xiaoyu to the lower space. This must be some kind of deal between the two. Let me ask you, do you and I have the ability to send Xiaoyu to the lower space? Lin Moyu is only level 50 now, and logically speaking, it is impossible to enter the lower space. Even Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan didn't have the ability to send him there. The only human being who can do this kind of thing is the old man in the creation seminary. Bai Yuan shook his head instinctively, he really couldn't do it. Meng Anwen said, "If that's the case, then the answer will come out. Xiaoyu didn't accidentally enter the lower space. So you don't have to worry about Xiaoyu's safety. With that person around, Xiaoyu will be fine. Even if you go, you may not be able to bring Xiaoyu back, and you may even offend that person. Understand?" Meng Anwen had already analyzed this point. How could Bai Yuan not understand? Meng Anwen persuaded Bai Yuan and made Bai Yuan calm down. Although there is still some uneasiness in my heart, at least I will not act rashly again. It has to be said that Meng Anwen's analysis is very reasonable, and there is no problem in logic. But this time, his analysis was wrong. Bai Yuan asked, "Tell me, what is the reason Cha Shen asked Xiaoyu to send the girl there?" Meng Anwen chuckled, "Why else, for resurrection. The god of righteousness was level 98 back then, a half-step super god, and can be said to be comparable to the old man. If he wants to be resurrected, even the old man doesn't have the ability. There is only one who can resurrect a half-step super god." Meng Anwen said, "Maybe in the near future, our human race will have another half-step super god. It's just that it's a good thing or a bad thing, it's hard to say." Bai Yuan thought for a moment. In general, it should be considered a good thing, at least the strength of the human race will increase a lot. One more half-step super god is more useful than 10 more gods. I hope so. Meng Anwen sighed softly. The ancient battlefield, the lower space, and the wild continent. Lin Moyu doesn't know the name of his location. He left the territory of the giant leaf mother tree and avoided the flying dragon that flew away. I have realized that the area I am in is unusual and extremely unsafe. He restrained all his breath and acted cautiously here. The area where it is located is full of rocks, small stones are taller than people, and big stones are like hills, which can be more than 100 meters high. They are either mountains or rocks, huge rocks. The shapes of the stones are all kinds of strange. Some stones are extremely sharp at both ends. In the middle is a fat bulge. There are some monsters living here, and Lin Moyu has seen a few from afar. If you can avoid it, choose to avoid it. Most of these monsters are in the form of snakes, and Lin Moyu hit the small ones for the purpose. It's like right, the dwarf giant leaf tree, which caused the giant leaf mother tree. At this moment, he somewhat missed the purification potion. These monsters are obviously sensitive to breath, and Lin Moyu was almost discovered several times. It's not being seen, but the breath on the body is sensed. It will be much better if there is a purifying potion on the body to purify all the messy odors on the body. Lin Moyu walks among the rocks, and his mental power spreads out like flowing water, allowing him to detect the existence of monsters in time and avoid them in time. The temperature is gradually increasing. In the territory of giant leaf dwarf trees before, the temperature was extremely low, not exceeding 10 degrees. And now it's at least 20 degrees upwards, and the temperature continues to rise as it advances. In the distance, Lin Moyu saw streaks of light green smoke slowly flying up into the sky, forming a column of air. The air column forms a green air mass in midair, which lingers for a long time. A slightly fishy smell began to fill the air. The stench seemed to cover up Lin Moyu's smell as an outsider, but it greatly reduced his sense of existence and reduced the possibility of being discovered. Lin Moyu is considering whether to go there. An unusual environment will inevitably have an unusual weight. Lin Moyu doesn't know whether the past is safe or it will be more dangerous. After hesitating for a few seconds, Lin Moyu decided to take a look. But not by himself, but with the skeleton. A skeleton berserker appeared beside him without a sound, and then ran towards the place where the green smoke was rising. From the perspective of the skeleton berserker, although it cannot be compared with what he saw with his own eyes, at least he can get a rough idea. With an inevitable clicking sound, the skeleton battle immediately attracted the attention of some monsters. There are no other kinds of monsters here except snakes. Big and small, different thickness and length, and different types of snakes. After hearing the sound, many monsters got out one by one and followed the soldiers to swim. It looked like a skeleton berserker pulling monsters. The skeleton berserker ran fast, completely ignoring the group of snakes chasing after him. It faithfully carried out Lin Moyu's order and went to the place where the green smoke rose. Lin Moyu suddenly discovered something different from what he had imagined. Many snakes that were chasing the skeleton berserker suddenly stopped. As the skeleton berserker got closer and closer to where the green smoke was, more and more snakes stopped. Lin Moyu found that the smallest snake was the first to stop. The bigger the body, the later it stops. After the snake group stopped, they still stared at the skeleton berserker, but did not take half a step forward. That is to say, the smaller the snake, the more afraid it is to approach the green smoke. There seems to be a very clear hierarchy. Because Lin Moyu didn't use the detection technique, he could only be distinguished from his body shape. Generally speaking, the bigger the body, the higher the level and the stronger the strength. The stronger the strength, the closer to the green smoke. Lin Moyu became more and more curious about what was in the green smoke that made these snakes dare not approach. In this way, as long as he can run to Luyan, wouldn't he be able to get rid of these snakes? In the sensory world of the skeleton berserker, he finally saw green smoke, but at this time there were only 2 snakes chasing after it. These 2 figures are both more than 10 meters tall, and they belong to the Ju Wushuang type among the many snakes. It is not surprising if the boss grows like this. It is very strange for ordinary monsters to be so huge. The green smoke came out of one side of the pool, and there was smoke and green smoke rising from the pool. The moment he saw the green smoke, the skeleton berserker's body was suddenly covered with a layer of green, and he suffered some damage. Poisoned? Lin Moyu was slightly taken aback. The skeleton berserker was actually poisoned, and the poison was not weak. The last 2 big snakes also stopped. They didn't seem to want to get close to the green pool, and stopped at a place where they would be poisoned if they moved forward. There seems to be an invisible line that separates the toxic and non-toxic areas. The skeleton berserker has been poisoned, and he can't take it back even if he wants to. Fortunately, there is a comprehensive connection, and the damage suffered by the skeleton berserker is shared by all the undead. There will be no danger in the short term. Lin Moyu simply let it continue to approach and take a closer look. In this area of piles of rubble, such a poisonous green water pool suddenly appeared. Lin Moyu always felt a little mysterious and unusual. In the barren world except for the chaotic rocks, a pool of green water suddenly appeared, emitting poisonous smoke and filled with poisonous gas. Odd and unusual. Especially the reactions of these monsters, even more so. Monsters with more than 70 levels, even if they are just ordinary monsters, still have a trace of instinct. Their instincts allow them to sense danger and not seek death. The closer the skeleton got to the water pool, the poison in it gradually deepened, and the damage became greater and greater. The pool is only 10 meters in radius, so it can be called a pool, or a small pond. Inside is green venom, bubbling nonstop. The more central the position, the darker the color and the stronger the toxicity. The most central place has turned dark ink. Green to black and purple. The skeleton stood on the edge of the pool and looked around. There was nothing around, not a single living thing. Not to mention living things, there is not even a single boulder. It seems that even the stones have been corroded. The stone here is strong, far stronger than steel. Lin Moyu has no ability to destroy them, and feels that the stones are harder than the earth in the core area of the upper space. But it is clear that the toxins accumulated over the years have destroyed these stones. All monsters are far away from here, not even daring to approach. Where the toxicity permeates, it is a place of death. The water at the edge of the pool is light green and a little transparent, so you can see the bottom of the water. Through some light, Lin Moyu saw that there seemed to be something under the water. Something that can exist in poisonous water. The skeleton squatted down and put his fingers into the water tank. Thorn. Green smoke rose, and a large amount of toxins poured in. The pool water is far more poisonous than the smoke outside. The skeleton suffered a lot of damage immediately. The damage is transferred to all undead simultaneously. There are more than 27,000 brothers to help share it, making it ignore the existence of the poison in a short period of time. The skeleton hand reached into the pool, aimed at the thing Lin Moyu saw earlier, and took it out. Under the water is a crystal clear crystal. There was a little shock in Lin Moyu's eyes. Very poisonous crystal. It is the highly poisonous crystal he once obtained from the earth-touching dragon god. It never had a chance to be found afterwards. Unexpectedly, I got another piece here, and it took no effort to get it. Looking at the water pool, the highly toxic crystals are not in one piece. And the closer to the center, the greater the number. Even Lin Moyu feels that it is very likely that there will be legendary poisonous elemental materials in the center. After the skeleton took out the highly poisonous crystal, the snake monster that had stopped outside suddenly moved. They stood up one after another, and pairs of snake eyes stared at the highly poisonous crystal in the skeleton's hands, showing eagerness. Obviously they really want to get the highly poisonous crystals, but they are afraid of the poisonous smoke and dare not approach them. But even if they get close, the highly poisonous crystals are under the pool, and they can't get them. Don't even dare to get close, let alone enter the water. The toxicity in the water is much stronger than the poisonous smoke. Lin Moyu ignored the snake monsters. He was thinking about another question. Would you like to go to the center of the poison pool to see what's inside? And how to bring back the highly poisonous crystals? It's not difficult to kill these monsters, but the hard part is whether they will attract boss. Lin Moyu didn't dare to underestimate the 100-meter flying dragon. If there is a fight, it will definitely be another desperate fight. At this time, the ground suddenly shook a few times, making a muffled roar. It was as if something had exploded underground. All of a sudden, there was a lot of rustling in the ears. Lin Moyu narrowed his eyes suddenly, and found that all the snake monsters in this area were dispatched collectively. Dense monsters came out from under the stones, from the corners, and from the cracks. Crawling fast on the ground, they have only one target, and that is the poison pool. What happened? Lin Moyu's eyes narrowed, and his scalp felt numb. As far as the eye can see, there are too many basilisks, more than 10,000. I'm afraid there are more than 100,000. He firmly restrained his own breath and did not make any movement. At this time, the basilisks of different sizes all ran in the direction of the poisonous pool. Lin Moyu knew that something must have happened, and it should be related to the shock just now. Basilisks are monsters over level 70, and they are fast. In the blink of an eye, the poison pool was completely surrounded. They are also the same as before, according to their own strength, size, the positions they stand in are very hierarchical and distinct, and the skeletal berserker standing by the poisonous pool looked so abrupt. But now the basilisk's attention is not on the skeleton berserker, and even the poisonous crystal in its hand is somewhat indifferent. Almost all the basilisks looked towards the sky, as if there was something in the sky. There was nothing in the sky but dim, dappled light. A few seconds later, another muffled sound came from the ground. The muffled sound extended all the way to the poisonous pool, and the water surface in the poisonous pool suddenly began to rise and fall. First, a large number of bubbles burst out, and the poisonous gas was several times stronger than before. Then the bubbles disappeared at the same time, and the water surface sank slightly. This continued for several seconds, boom. Accompanied by a loud noise, the poisonous water in the poison pool rushed into the sky like a fountain. A large number of highly poisonous crystals were brought out and fell in all directions. The basilisk started to go crazy, and they jumped up one after another to snatch the highly poisonous crystals. Lin Moyu didn't let the skeleton berserker make any moves, and let the poisonous water sprinkle on his body, making a piercing sound, accompanied by thick light smoke. The poisonous water is mixed with highly poisonous crystals, falling like raindrops. Snake monsters are obviously afraid of poisonous water, but they have gone crazy for the poisonous crystallization. More than 100,000 basilisks frantically wrestled together, competing for the highly poisonous crystals. A basilisk flew high and swallowed a fist-sized highly poisonous crystal into its stomach. In less than half a second, another huge basilisk swallowed it together. There are also those who are lucky. After swallowing the highly poisonous crystals, they quickly move away and escape quickly. No matter how many people of the same kind are chasing after them, they never look back. After a while, its body glowed, its shape became bigger, and its strength became stronger. The highly toxic crystals have been digested and played a role. It turned around and continued to compete for the crystallization of other drama countries. Lin Moyu was shocked to see this fight was so naked. In order to upgrade, no one of the same kind is ignored. Boom! Another water column soared into the sky, spraying out a large amount of highly poisonous crystals again. The basilisk was once again in contention. A poisonous crystal fell beside the skeleton, and the skeleton picked it up. The skeleton walked along the edge of the poison pool and picked up 7 highly poisonous crystals. There is a piece of pure land next to the poisonous pool. No matter how fierce the basilisk fights, they never get close to the poisonous pool. The poison pool sprayed out several times in a row, and then sprayed out a large number of highly poisonous crystals. The highly poisonous crystals in the skeleton's hands have reached 10 pieces. The only problem now is how to make it bring back the poisonous crystals. The outside is full of basilisks, and as long as the skeletons dare to come out, they will inevitably end up being swallowed. Unless Lin Moyu takes action and kills all these basilisks. After erupting 5 times in a row, Lei Siping regained his composure. But at this time, there was another muffled sound in the ground, which was heavier than before. Lin Moyu was startled. It seems it's not over yet. Suddenly, the sky darkened. The already dark sky became even darker. The basilisk, which was fighting desperately, also fell silent in an instant. At some point in the sky, a huge monster appeared. The flying Jiao that Lin Moyu had seen before, it has arrived. It lowered its head, looking at the countless basilisks that had died and injured in the competition for the highly poisonous crystals, with disdain in its eyes. Then it saw the skeleton standing by the poisonous pool. A trace of curiosity flashed in his eyes, and he opened his mouth and took a deep breath. The skeleton was sucked in uncontrollably. The skeleton fell into its mouth. It shut its mouth and bit it, and the terrifying force acted on the skeleton. With a click, the skeleton instantly fell apart. 4.1 The skeleton died, and it just got the poisonous crystal and dropped it. Lin Moyu had expected this result a long time ago. It's really an unreasonable way of attack. The full connection talent lost its effect again, which made Lin Moyu very helpless. These bosses always have 1 or 2 skills, ignoring their own talents. It can only be said that these monsters are too strong, not that their instantaneous attack power is too strong, making it too late for their talents to be used. It is to have some unique abilities that can surpass one's own talents. Fei Jiao took 2 bites and found that the skeleton was not tasty, so he spat it out again. Boom! A fountain exploded in the center of the poison pool, and the scale was larger than before. In the fountain, Lin Moyu saw a mass of green matter. It looks like concentrated venom, which is deeper and more powerful than highly poisonous crystals. Exudes a terrifying poisonous elemental atmosphere. It seems to be some kind of poisonous element material, at least it is also a legendary existence. At this moment, he had the urge to snatch it. To grab or not to grab. This is a problem. Poisonous water billows like a fountain. That piece of poisonous elemental material, which is at least legendary level, spewed out along with the poisonous water. Flying Jiao's eyes were completely focused on it. Needless to say, the Flying Jiao's purpose here is for it. A breeze flew by without a sound. The essence of the poisonous god. Poison god's essence blood, used by poisonous occupations, it can greatly increase the probability of occupational sublimation at the 3rd turn. Can also be used to enhance poison skills. Lin Moyu's eyes narrowed suddenly. The blood of the poisonous god. The blood essence of the gods, and it's not the solidified kind. To grab or not to grab? This question has an answer after 0.1 seconds. Rob. The lightning undead wing appeared behind him, and Lin Moyu rushed over like lightning. Since he was going to snatch it, he no longer had any scruples, and directly threw a detection technique at Fei Jiao. Since you want to fight, you should first know yourself and your enemy. Poisonous Dragon, World-Class Boss. Level 85. Power, 15000000. Agility, 17000000. Spirit, 10000000. Physique, 17000000. Skills, Deathbite, Ruthless Devour, Terrorist Venom. Characteristics, physical damage reduced by 50%, poison element damage reduced by 85%. A level 85 world-class boss has a total of 5.9 million attributes, which is 300,000 less than the attributes of the giant leaf mother tree. However, its agility is high, and it is estimated to be very flexible. It's not like the giant leaf mother tree standing there, allowing itself to attack. If you want to fight, first limit its 0-2 flexibility. Lin Moyu decided to play the same way against the giant leaf mother tree. Use the Strong Soldier skill to cause huge damage in a short time. See if you can beat it away, even. After all, its resilience is not as good as that of the giant leaf mother tree, and it doesn't have the ability to strengthen vitality, so I still have a chance. Very poisonous dragon, seeing Lin Moyu, disdain appeared in his eyes, and he opened his mouth to inhale, immediately wanting to suck away the blood of the poisonous god. Since Lin Moyu did it, how could he be sucked away by it? Otherwise, what's the point of doing it himself? A little right hand skill, Curse of Aging. The curse came, and the movements of Poisonous Flood Dragon suddenly slowed down. But this was not enough. Lin Moyu's left hand was beating with flames. Skill, Soul Flame. Very Poisonous Jiao suddenly let out a scream, and the suction was cut off instantly. Skeleton archmages appeared densely and began to attack. The elemental explosion exploded on Poisonous Jiao. Very Poisonous Jiao, the whole body emits green light, and the poisonous gas permeates, keeping the elemental explosion at bay. With its defense power, the elemental explosion under the Curse of Aging state is not enough to break the defense. Lin Moyu's purpose was not to injure it, but to block its sight. The target he let the skeleton archmage aim at was also the eyes of the Poisonous Flood Dragon. In the final analysis, the purpose is to delay time. Very Poisonous Dragon reacted very quickly. Even though it was blocked for a while, it could still find the parking lot of the poisonous god's blood. He opened his mouth and bit it. Since I can't suck it away, I will swallow it myself. Lin Moyu once again launched the skill with one finger. Poisonous Jiao, frozen midair for an instant. The body is covered with dense white bones, and the bone prison binds it in midair. In just half a second, the bones on its body began to rot. A second later, the bone prison completely collapsed. The Very Poisonous Jiao has extremely powerful toxicity, which can corrode everything. The Dungeon of Bones can only last for a second. But for Lin Moyu, 1 second is long enough. 2 blocks before and after, a total delay of more than 2 seconds. In more than 2 seconds, Lin Moyu has already flown over 1,400 meters and arrived in front of Poisonous Dragon. Lin Moyu flew in front of the poisonous god Jingxue, waved his hand, and put it into the storage space. The essence and blood were robbed, and the Very Poisonous Jiao, who had just broken free from the bondage, immediately let out an angry cry. In its eyes, the guy who looked like an ant dared to snatch his own things. Seeing the duck with its beak flying away, Poisonous Flood Dragon was completely enraged. It opened its mouth suddenly, bursting out with amazing suction. Lin Moyu was sucked in immediately. Its eyes were bloodthirsty, and the densely packed fangs in its mouth were shining with poison, wanting to bite Lin Moyu into pieces. Lin Moyu was very calm and did not panic at all. The rune on the back of the hand flashed, and the Strength Soldier's skill, which had been cooled down for a long time, was suddenly activated. Pushed the combat power of Lin Moyu and the undead army to the peak. The skeleton archmage and the marksman launched a full-scale attack on the mouth of the venomous dragon. In the Strength Soldier skill state, the damage has increased by more than 10 times. Break the defense instantly. Very Poisonous Flood Dragon was beaten with his head up, and the suction force was also interrupted. Lin Moyu released all the skeleton berserkers at this time. Also released are all elemental liches. Suddenly, halos appeared under the skeleton's feet. All of a sudden, the audience sparked with lightning. The target of the halo is not only venomous flood dragon, but also some nearby basilisks. The range of the aura can be a kilometer. The skeleton archmage and the divine shot are relatively far behind, and their aura will also cover some basilisks. At the moment when the skeleton berserker appeared, Lin Moyu pointed out again. Use the bone prison a second time. Skeleton prison is not an offensive skill, and is not affected by the strong soldier skill. Still only 1 second can be won for Lin Moyu. But that's enough. This second is what he needs, and this second is enough for the skeleton berserker to pounce on it. A total of 9,000 skeleton berserkers pounced on the very poisonous dragon, like wolves, regardless of the severe poison, directly swung the axe to explode skills. With the experience of fighting against giant leaf mother trees, Lin Moyu knows very well how to deal with enemies of this level. Just beat them to death with a stick, don't give them any chance. As long as you let them slow down, you will be the one who dies. When the axe fell, exactly 1 second ended, and the prison of bones shattered. Very poisonous flood dragon, the solid scales on its body were chopped into pieces, and the pieces flew across the body. Very poisonous flood dragon suddenly burst into a terrifying scream. The concentrated fire of 9,000 skeleton berserkers hit it hard. The strongest skill has entered cooldown, and the skeleton berserker has completed its mission. The skeleton berserker turned around and flew towards the group of basilisk monsters. In the state of strong soldier, these ordinary basilisks would not be the opponents of the skeleton berserkers at all. No skills are required, killing them is like chickens. Very poisonous flood dragon suddenly counterattacked amidst screams. Spit out a large amount of venom. Lin Moyu's complexion changed drastically, and he immediately pulled up to avoid it. Some skeleton berserkers did not avoid being sprayed by the venom, and immediately rotted all over their bodies, and died in less than a second. The poison attribute is too strong, and it doesn't give talent any chance at all. Lin Moyu's heart skipped a beat suddenly. He seemed to understand why his talent was boring. An answer popped up in his mind, and Lin Moyu felt that it should be the correct answer. The skeleton berserkers scattered quickly, but many of them were still sprayed with venom and died instantly. This time more than 1,000 skeleton berserkers died. Poisonous water billows like a fountain. That piece of poisonous elemental material, which is at least legendary level, spewed out along with the poisonous water. Flying Jiao's eyes were completely focused on it. Needless to say, the Flying Jiao's purpose here is for it. A breeze flew by without a sound. The essence of the poisonous god. Poison god's essence blood, used by poisonous occupations, it can greatly increase the probability of occupational sublimation at the third turn. Can also be used to enhance poison skills. Lin Moyu's eyes narrowed suddenly. The blood of the poisonous god. The blood essence of the gods, and it's not the solidified kind. To grab or not to grab? This question has an answer after 0.1 seconds. Rob. The lightning undead wing appeared behind him, and Lin Moyu rushed over like lightning. Since he was going to snatch it, he no longer had any scruples, and directly threw a detection technique at Fei Jiao. Since you want to fight, you should first know yourself and your enemy. Poisonous Dragon, World-Class Boss. Level, 85. Power, 1500000. Agility, 170000. Spirit, 10000000. Physique, 17000000. Skills, Deathbite, Ruthless Devour, Terrorist Venom. Characteristics, physical damage reduced by 50%, poison element damage reduced by 85%. A level 85 world-class boss has a total of 5.9 million attributes, which is 300,000 less than the attributes of the giant leaf mother tree. However, its agility is high, and it is estimated to be very flexible. It's not like the giant leaf mother tree standing there, allowing itself to attack. If you want to fight, first limit its 0-2 flexibility. Lin Moyu decided to play the same way against the giant leaf mother tree. Use the strong soldier skill to cause huge damage in a short time. See if you can beat it away, even. After all, its resilience is not as good as that of the giant leaf mother tree, and it doesn't have the ability to strengthen vitality, so I still have a chance. Very poisonous dragon, seeing Lin Moyu, disdain appeared in his eyes, and he opened his mouth to inhale, immediately wanting to suck away the blood of the poisonous god. Since Lin Moyu did it, how could he be sucked away by it? Otherwise, what's the point of doing it himself? A little right hand, skill, curse of aging. The curse came, and the movements of poisonous flood dragon suddenly slowed down. But this was not enough. Lin Moyu's left hand was beating with flames. Skill, soul flame. Very poisonous Jiao suddenly let out a scream, and the suction was cut off instantly. Skeleton archmages appeared densely and began to attack. The elemental explosion exploded on poisonous Jiao. Very poisonous Jiao. The whole body emits green light, and the poisonous gas permeates, keeping the elemental explosion at bay. With its defense power, the elemental explosion under the curse of aging state is not enough to break the defense. Lin Moyu's purpose was not to injure it, but to block its sight. The target he let the skeleton archmage aim at was also the eyes of the poisonous flood dragon. In the final analysis, the purpose is to delay time. Very poisonous dragon reacted very quickly. Even though it was blocked for a while, it could still find the parking lot of the poisonous god's blood. He opened his mouth and bit it. Since I can't suck it away, I will swallow it myself. Lin Moyu once again launched the skill with one finger. Poisonous Jiao, frozen midair for an instant. The body is covered with dense white bones, and the bone prison binds it in midair. In just half a second, the bones on its body began to rot. A second later, the bone prison completely collapsed. The very poisonous Jiao has extremely powerful toxicity, which can corrode everything. The dungeon of bones can only last for a second. But for Lin Moyu, 1 second is long enough. 2 blocks before and after, a total delay of more than 2 seconds. In more than 2 seconds, Lin Moyu has already flown over 1,400 meters and arrived in front of poisonous dragon. Lin Moyu flew in front of the poisonous god Jingxue, waved his hand, and put it into the storage space. The essence and blood were robbed, and the very poisonous Jiao, who had just broken free from the bondage, immediately let out an angry cry. In its eyes, the guy who looked like an ant dared to snatch his own things. Seeing the duck with its beak flying away, poisonous flood dragon was completely enraged. It opened its mouth suddenly, bursting out with amazing suction. Lin Moyu was sucked in immediately. Its eyes were bloodthirsty, and the densely packed fangs in its mouth were shining with poison, wanting to bite Lin Moyu into pieces. Lin Moyu was very calm and did not panic at all. The rune on the back of the hand flashed, and the strength soldier's skill, which had been cooled down for a long time, was suddenly activated. Pushed the combat power of Lin Moyu and the undead army to the peak. The skeleton archmage and the marksman launched a full-scale attack on the mouth of the venomous dragon. In the strength soldier skill state, the damage has increased by more than 10 times. Break the defense instantly. Very poisonous flood dragon was beaten with his head up, and the suction force was also interrupted. Lin Moyu released all the skeleton berserkers at this time. Also released are all elemental liches. Suddenly, halos appeared under the skeleton's feet. All of a sudden, the audience sparked with lightning. The target of the halo is not only venomous flood dragon, but also some nearby basilisks. The range of the aura can be a kilometer. The skeleton archmage and the divine shot are relatively far behind, and their aura will also cover some basilisks. At the moment when the skeleton berserker appeared, Lin Moyu pointed out again. Use the bone prison a second time. Skeleton prison is not an offensive skill, and is not affected by the strong soldier skill. Still only 1 second can be won for Lin Moyu. But that's enough. This second is what he needs. And this second is enough for the skeleton berserker to pounce on it. A total of 9,000 skeleton berserkers pounced on the very poisonous dragon, like wolves, regardless of the severe poison, directly swung the axe to explode skills. With the experience of fighting against giant leaf mother trees, Lin Moyu knows very well how to deal with enemies of this level. Just beat them to death with a stick, don't give them any chance. As long as you let them slow down, you will be the one who dies. When the axe fell, exactly 1 second ended, and the prison of bones shattered. Very poisonous flood dragon, the solid scales on its body were chopped into pieces, and the pieces flew across the body. Very poisonous flood dragon suddenly burst into a terrifying scream. The concentrated fire of 9,000 skeleton berserkers hit it hard. The strongest skill has entered cooldown, and the skeleton berserker has completed its mission. The skeleton berserker turned around and flew towards the group of basilisk monsters. In the state of strong soldier, these ordinary basilisks would not be the opponents of the skeleton berserkers at all. No skills are required, killing them is like chickens. Very poisonous flood dragon suddenly counterattacked amidst screams. Spit out a large amount of venom. Lin Moyu's complexion changed drastically, and he immediately pulled up to avoid it. Some skeleton berserkers did not avoid being sprayed by the venom, and immediately rotted all over their bodies, and died in less than a second. The poison attribute is too strong, and it doesn't give talent any chance at all. Lin Moyu's heart skipped a beat suddenly, he seemed to understand why his talent was boring. An answer popped up in his mind, and Lin Moyu felt that it should be the correct answer. The skeleton berserkers scattered quickly, but many of them were still sprayed with venom and died instantly. This time more than 1,000 skeleton berserkers died. The fire illuminated the ground, and a huge fireball appeared in the air. The screams were deafening. The skeleton berserker turned a blind eye and continued to kill the basilisk. In the state of strong soldiers, plus the aging curse given by Lin Moyu. These ordinary monsters of more than 70 levels are extremely fragile. They are not bosses, and their vitality is far less powerful than bosses. The attributes are even more different, one after another fell under the axe of the skeleton berserker. Lin Moyu ignored the very poisonous jiao that was burning in the air, and flew down. There was a roaring sound from the big leaves. The basilisks are too dense, and just one burst of corpses will cause countless deaths and injuries. Then a large number of corpses were thrown into the air, and directly beside poisonous flood dragon. Lin Moyu volleyed and detonated. Explosions engulfed the poisonous flood dragon. Lin Moyu knows very well how strong the world-class boss at level 85 is. Even though the skeleton berserker had severely damaged it with its concentrated fire skills, it was later exploded from the body because of swallowing the flame lich, and there were also continuous attacks from the skeleton archmage and the marksman. Under many combinations, Lin Moyu still thinks that it is not enough to kill it. The corpse exploded, and it would become the last sharp sword in Lin Moyu's hand, the sharp sword that killed it. A level 7 corpse bursts, 24 times the life value of the corpse. Plus the 500% damage enhancement of the strength soldier skill, and the increase of the curse of aging. The skill damage exceeded 100 times the life value of the corpse, reaching an unprecedented level. In one after another explosion, the flames dispersed. Lin Moyu saw the extremely miserable-looking poisonous flood dragon. His whole body was scorched black, and there was not a single piece of good meat on his body from the inside to the outside. The lich's self-destruction is carried out in its body, which does great damage to it. The poisonous mist on its body has been completely blown away, losing its defensive layer. It screamed and turned around to flee. Lin Moyu didn't intend to let it go this time. The moment it started, the soul flame fell. Very poisonous flood dragon finally tasted what real pain is. The pain from the soul, 10 times the soul burning before. It screamed and fell from the air, hitting the ground directly. The skeletal berserkers had already made their preparations, and they flew over one by one, grabbing the corpses of the basilisks, and landed on the body of the poisonous flood dragon. At the same time, Lin Moyu ordered the skeleton berserkers in the venomous dragon to act. At least 2,000 skeleton berserkers were swallowed by it just now. Originally, these skeleton berserkers should all die, under the skill of very poisonous flood dragon. There is an extremely strong venom in the body of very poisonous Jiao, which is enough to kill a skeleton berserker. But when it was bombed by the flame lich, its skills were interrupted, and Guaya was incinerated. The flame lich's self-destruction is ignoring the enemy and the enemy. While entering the very poisonous dragon, it is also enough to kill the skeleton berserker. At this time, the undead aura of the undead lich played a role. Aura of immortality: all members of the undead army will not die when they receive a fatal blow for the first time, and the aura will restore 50% of their vitality. Halo cooling time, 24 hours. In the explosion, the halo exploded, pulling the skeleton berserker back from death. So at this moment, there are still more than 2,000 skeleton berserkers living in the body of venomous flood dragon. And it is a skeleton berserker with the state of strong soldier. This is also one of the reasons why Lin Moyu thinks he can kill poisonous flood dragon. When these skeletal berserkers made a move, they immediately caused terrifying damage to the very poisonous flood dragon in their bodies. Very poisonous dragon rolling on the ground, the severe pain made it unable to take off and fight back. Lin Moyu's eyes were solemn, and he continued to detonate the corpse. Violent explosions followed one after another. Lin Moyu shot left and right, and in just 20 seconds 100 basilisk corpses were triggered. Very poisonous Jiao was completely blown out of shape. Before dying, it took a look at Lin Moyu. It never thought that it would die at the hands of such a little guy. He whimpered twice, and finally closed his eyes. Kill the poisonous dragon. Obtain the poisonous dragon dagger. Obtain poisonous dragon heavy armor. Acquire poisonous spar. Obtain the poison god stone. Poisonous dragon dagger, quasi-legendary weapon, all attributes plus 80,000, assassin professional, skill increase plus 150%. Additional skills: deadly poison. Deadly poison: the attack is accompanied by poisonous elements, poisoning the target, causing damage equivalent to 10,000 points of power per second, and lasting for 10 seconds. Poison damage and duration can be stacked and accumulated without upper limit. Poison dragon heavy armor, quasi-legendary armor, all attributes plus 50,000, all damage reduced by 20%, poison element immunity increased by 50%. Toxic spar, legendary material, spar full of poisonous elements, can be used to create legendary equipment. Poison god stone, permanently increase the immunity of poisonous elements to 80%, and have a chance to obtain a poisonous element skill. Quasi-legendary equipment, between legendary equipment and platinum equipment. It is also the weapon and equipment used by most professionals above level 70. After completing the third turn at level 70, the bonus of platinum level equipment is no longer enough. Unless you have the best skills, it is useless. At this time, it needs to be replaced with quasi-legendary equipment. As for the real legendary equipment, it is too difficult to obtain. Only by killing those world bosses over level 90 can you have a chance to get it. There are not many in the human race. This quasi-legendary poison dragon dagger comes from a level 85 world-class boss, and its attributes are already quite powerful. Coupled with the skill of deadly poison, it is even more perfect. The damage of 10,000 power per second lasts for 10 seconds, which is not very strong at first glance. But it can be superimposed infinitely, there is no upper limit. This is where it gets really weird. According to the assassin's attack speed, dozens of knives per second are easy, and a lot of damage can be caused in an instant. In comparison, the Guojiao heavy armor is much inferior. There are no accompanying skills, and it is not even comparable to some platinum equipment. Incidental skills are very important for this level of equipment, very important. Toxic spar is a legendary material, a level higher than poisonous crystal. Alchemists and blacksmiths can use it to create legendary equipment, but at least level 80 alchemists or blacksmiths are required. And there is no guarantee of success, and there is a high possibility of failure. There are not many alchemists and blacksmiths who have reached this level in the human race, which is one of the reasons for the scarcity of legendary equipment. But for Lin Moyu, the poisonous spar is used to summon the elemental lich. It's just that he doesn't need it now, at least after level 70. One is that the quota is full, and the other is that if it is summoned, it is very likely to self-destruct. The last harvest is the highly poisonous God Stone. Compared with highly poisonous gems, its immunity to poisonous elements has reached 80%, and it also has a chance to awaken poisonous skills. Even if there is no successful awakening of skills, 80% immunity to poison elements is enough to attract people, but now is not the time to use it. The battle is not completely over yet. After Poisonous Jiao died, more than 2,000 skeleton berserkers inside the body of Poisonous Jiao ripped it open and rushed out. There was also a flame lich who rushed out together. Compared with the skeleton berserkers who were poisoned collectively, the flame lich was not poisoned. All the toxins are burned before they get close to it. After the poisonous flood dragon died, those basilisks did not escape, but became even more excited. They seemed to have broken through the fear of the poisonous smoke, regardless of the skeleton berserkers, and rushed over frantically. Lin Moyu thought at first that they were going to avenge their leader. It was not until I saw it later that the eyes of these basilisks were shining with excitement. It was a kind of light that was more exciting than seeing poisonous crystals. Lin Moyu suddenly understood that they wanted to eat Very Poisonous Flood Dragon. Very Poisonous Flood Dragon, although he is dead, his body still has majestic energy. Eating it can make the monster evolve. Didi Zhao even became the second Very Poisonous Jiao. Monsters after level 70 have weak intelligence and instinct. They know what to do for their own good. Lin Moyu also understood one thing: these basilisks are not afraid of poisonous smoke. They can evolve by eating highly poisonous crystals, so how could they be afraid of Lei Yan? It is estimated that Very Poisonous Jiao gave an order not to allow them to approach the poison pool. Now that Very Poisonous Flood Dragon is dead, the order will naturally become invalid. The corpse is mine, it's not your turn. In Lin Moyu's eyes, the corpse of Venomous Flood Dragon belonged to him, not these basilisks. The skeletons turned around and started massacring the basilisk. Now there are corpses that were blown up all over the place. There was no need for the skeletons to do anything. Lin Moyu tapped his fingers, and explosions swept through one after another. Kill a level 72 5-step poisonous snake, experience plus 4320000 gas. Kill level 75 green poisonous python, experience plus 4500000. Kill the level 78 blue-eyed green snake, experience plus 4680000. For a time, the experience rose like a rocket. There are countless basilisks here. They're crazy, and Lin Moyu's experience is even crazier.